Hello, hello everyone. Hello everyone. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing good. Everyone's doing good. Everyone's doing great. Hope everyone's doing good. Everyone's doing great. I got a specific thing I want to talk about. I'll give about 30 minutes, man. We can't do a couple hours a day because I got to keep moving and grooving. I'm ready to start executing some documents today. I'm ready to start executing. What's up, Angela? Moonchild, what's up?
How are you?
What's going on?
Not a whole lot. I appreciate all the everything you're putting, you're posting on here.
Yeah, I'm just flooding the streets now because we got 6 months until they take down TikTok. So let's keep it up. You know what I mean?
Heck yeah.
Let's
You are
keep it up
appreciated.
all day, all day. I appreciate
Amen.
you. I really do. I really do. I really do. Man, we building the council right now. You know what I mean? This is the council.
That's right.
We got the right to assemble people. Why not do it?
Absolutely.
I just came back from a meeting with King Ogun, my man. Like we just because he lives in Georgia. He lives like a couple exits away from me. So we met up at the restaurant. We had some meal. We had a meal. And we build. We build off the meal. You know what I mean?
That's awesome. That's what we all need to be doing though, is trying to build and get together before all this crap does go down.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Heck yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know what everybody else trying to do. And just from the live yesterday, like Trinity came on and she said something that resonated with me.
What's up, my
There's a,
people?
what's up, B? What's going on,
Hey.
brother?
Not much.
Hey, B was the first one in the council, man. First one in the council.
Hey, you convinced me to join. I'm like, man, good call. So nothing.
hmm Angela, you came early in too. Now you came early in too. Now,
As soon as I saw you alive.
hey, like real attract real though, right? Real recognize real. That's all it is. It's love, man. It's nothing but love with me though. But like I was saying, like on my live yesterday, Trinity came on there and she did about an hour. You know, it would probably even longer than that, but I had to go because I got things to tend to. You know, family and
Yeah.
all of that. But yeah, man, she said something about Moonchild. Let's come on in, Moonchild. She said something about a letter of administration. A letter of administration. You know what I mean? Like,
Got my UCC1 filed.
oh, Moonchild, you're a dude. I'm sorry, brother. I thought Moonchild was a chick. My bad, brother. No disrespect. Yeah, like I'm gonna do my UCCs after I got my office set up.
Heck yeah. And Pooh actually shared your video to me in my DMs, which I appreciate him for doing that. He always be sharing some freaking good information because I had to leave the live yesterday, but I missed that part of it, and I was like,
Hey, the live's up on YouTube, so go check it out.
yes, that shit is awesome.
I'm posting all my lives because like everybody needs the sauce. We need to stir it. We need to put it on the noodles and the ground beef, and we all need to eat.
Heck yeah. And you know what? A lot of times we're on here, we're talking, we're listening, but there's so much stuff I know that I miss just
Yeah,
because
man.
I'm trying to focus on, say, one thing that I'm trying to write down. I just missed the whole next sentence. So let me tell you, I appreciate you sharing all of them.
Yeah. We gotta share it, man. I ain't gonna sell it. Like I was trying to sell it. I was trying to sell it. Hold on, let me wait for this car to pass. I was trying to sell it because I'm just trying to raise money so I can I can live. But like the money is gonna come, man. I'm gonna build it, and the money's gonna come. Like there is no money, so like we live in abundance already. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Let me just give it. Let me just give, and thou shalt receive. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Caesar,
Let me
man,
tell you,
join
you
in,
got so
brother.
much love on here. You give
Huh?
so much love, you're gonna receive so much love.
That's why I feel, man. Like I'm not gonna try to force it. Let's let things naturally occur. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
I had some words with Nick through your comment section one day because he was being ugly to you, and I said, "Look, don't be hateful to him. He always gives you mad respect, and
Right, right.
you're always kind to everybody. You let people talk and all the rest of it, even when they're full of nonsense." So I was like, "Don't be hateful to him." He's like, "Well, you don't understand. People in the comments section be mean to me." I said, "That don't have nothing to do with him. So watch your
Yeah,
mouth."
you ain't lying about that. Appreciate that though, for real.
I got you. Look, we got each other.
Absolutely. Where you at? What state you in, Angela?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. You up? You right above me, girl. Yeah,
You're in Georgia, right?
man. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not too far.
So I figured by like maybe December, I might be in a position to hold the hard the hard way convention. It'll be like a
Yeah.
traveling tour. I go to all the states and then assemble the people in all the states. Cause on the line last night they was talking about it only takes 12 people, right? For you
Mhm.
to for you to form a jury in your county. And those people will be your jury. So like instead of selecting from a pool of registered voters, you show up with your own jury. God damn it. These are my people.
Yes. Heck
They
yeah.
have firsthand knowledge of me. They can speak for me. They know me. These people don't know me. They don't know me.
Exactly.
Hello, P. What's going on, Petey? Uh huh. What's up? What's up, Jay Guadalupe Mains? Excuse me. Sorry. Jeez. I just came back from lunch, so you know what I mean. Like I'm full. I ain't gonna lie. I had a couple of drinks, so we had a couple of drinks. So, but we built, man. That shit was beautiful, man. It's good to have some people that's like-minded, that's within your area, so you can go and you
I
can feed
know.
off that energy. Because I'm
You
tired of
know.
like being around people. The people around you don't have the like mind. That, oh man, what are you doing? You don't know what you're doing, man. As soon as I get my first win, which I feel like I'm close to, I'm very close to, because I'm new. I'm new. I only really started dealing with the courts 2 years ago when I got locked up unlawfully, and I knew there's something wrong because by that time I knew that it was wrong, and I didn't want to pay a lawyer. The lawyer charged me $3,500. He wanted two payments of $3,500, and I already paid him $1,500 to get my license back. And I was like, I felt like $1,500 is enough money. You know what I'm saying? That's enough money,
Where you
especially when you get paid off the bonds in the back end. You know what I mean? What's up, B?
you say you got your license back, then you realize you didn't need it.
Right, exactly. I didn't realize I didn't need it, but at the time I needed it because they had my car in the impound, right? So I had to go get my car at the impound, and the impound wouldn't give me my car. Do you realize I almost jumped over that counter and strangled that motherfucker that was behind the counter? But I said no, I ain't gonna do it because they seen how angry I was getting, right? And then out of nowhere, this big dude, this big like Michael Clark Duncan dude came out the back. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. All right,
You don't
there's the
want,
muscle.
you
I
don't
don't
want
want him
them
to
to
do
move.
to pick me up and like Bane break my back like Bane, you know what I mean? Because he could have did it.
You aim for the knees, bro. Take them down.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. But man, I was so mad though because I showed up to get my property, and they said I couldn't get my property back because I didn't have a state issued ID. And I said, look, man, that's my car. I want my car. All right. Well, you should got to come back with your ID. So I had to hire a lawyer to get my ID back. You see what I'm saying? Just so I could get my property out of the impound. But that's all right. That's all gonna go on the claim when I'm ready. That's all gonna go on the claim, and I know exactly where that tow truck company is because it's right around the corner from my house. But what I came across yesterday, that Trinity put up. What I came across yesterday, what Trinity put up, was a letter of administration. And now I've been working to get my executive office ready, right? Before I send out my executive letter. You know, I learned all this from Ampu, checking in with Ampu. If you want to get the sauce, it's reasonably priced. It's reasonably priced. You don't got to take all 4 classes. Maybe you need to take 1 or 2 and fill in the blanks yourself. But once you get that executive office, man, then you can start sending out the executive letter. But this letter of administration comes straight from the state. You can fill out that letter, right? So what I'm going to do is I printed out the letter already. Well, I have the letter, the form, excuse me, because it comes in by way of form, right?
Uh-huh.
So like, you know, we all know that the states traded substance for form, right? So rather than supplying a form, I'm going to just attach the form and then draft my own letter based on all of the information that they're asking for in the form. So I conduct my own magic on them. And I'll attach the letter just so they know what I'm referencing. And you fill out the form if you have to, but you have all the information you need from the letter.
Where
You
did
see what I'm
you
saying?
find this letter?
I found it through Trinity. Trinity brought up the letter of administration. It's a way of letting the court know who's administering that estate.
Oh wow.
It's a letter of administration. I Googled it. I even YouTubed it. It's all over the internet. It's a real thing. It's a letter of administration. I Googled it and the letter popped right up. The form for Georgia popped right up. I just put a post out about it. So I think it's a way of getting that remedy quickly before you have everything set up for your office. And then once you get that done, go get your office done. It's ironclad. Ampu's office is ironclad, bro. From what I've seen, it's ironclad. You know, chastity belt kind of thing, you know, padlock, chains, retinal scan, all of that. Because
I did my UCC one just to get the process started.
right, so like I've heard that. Okay, here's Nick, don't come in my lives to start nothing, man. I don't even know how to kick people out, man. I'm gonna have to Google that. But do not come in my life starting controversy. You see how lawyers always start controversy?
Yeah.
Right? One thing I learned is a claim. There's always a claim and a defense. Right? So the state's bringing a claim, and then they always want to put you in the role of the defendant. Right? And there's real defenses, and then there's personal defenses. Right? That's why they always put you in the role of defendant. Because in all commercial transactions, there's a claim and then there's a defense. If you defend it, you can always accept it, conditionally accept it. You can do all stuff. But that, to me, that's a duality. That's a dichotomy. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And then, like, you know, you have the lawyers, right, B? They always want to argue. And what does Nick do? He comes in and he starts controversy. So don't feed it. And Nick will just go away because he has nothing to eat. He ain't got nothing to eat. So don't feed it. We're not gonna feed it, Nick. We not gonna feed it, Nick. I'm not even gonna put you on the platform because we don't need that energy, bro.
Absolutely. A distraction is all he is.
How is it false though? Look, see, like I'm responding to him. Not even gonna give him. I'm not giving him nothing to eat. What's up, Leg?
Don't respond to him.
Hey guys. How are y'all? Hey
Hi.
Angela.
Man,
Hi
I was
Abby.
falling asleep on the live last night with Joe.
Same. It was good. That was a nice live.
It was great, man. Every live is great, man. I love it.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
like it's like school. It's like high school, but we're just on our phones and we all come together and
Girl, it's way better than high school. At least we're learning valuable information.
right.
Hey everyone.
hmm But it
Hey
is kind of
Petey.
like high school, but we all sitting at the same table, and then
Absolutely.
Right.
everybody else is at the other table. We the outcasts, kinda, but they can't deny us though. We can still be cool. You feel me?
Right. Yeah, that's cool though, because then it helps us as a collective too. And you're gonna have people that kind of get you off your track, like Nick, or if he's indoctrinated with certain, studies and that kind of stuff, it's almost like just let him have it. All right.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Well, he's bound by his oath.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
He's bound by his oath.
And if
So
he
his
admitted to any of the stuff that we were saying, that would make him be the coward, and he's never going to accept that. This
well,
is
not
his
even that. They
profession.
might off him. It's a
That
blood oath. I,
too.
I would say
Yep,
they probably kill him.
that's
Well,
true.
here's the thing
Oh,
too,
no,
like
sorry, kill
even
him, unalive him. Sorry, unalive him.
and even with that, like say Nick did have a good heart and he really wanted to learn this side of stuff, then at least be open-minded. But to come
Yeah,
on and argue with people that have been studying this, like I've seen him on other lives that he's just thrashing on people, and I'm like,
exactly.
what are
That's his
you doing?
only purpose, guys. That's his
Yeah,
only purpose. That's all he does. Oh, you don't need. He's like always like, oh, cite me the law, read me the law, read me the law. What
Exactly.
law? Is he? He's talking about statutes. Statutes are not law.
Amen.
Statutes are law in their realm. And it's derived from contract.
You
It's not
gotta
derived
understand
from.
too, though, that they think that they're smarter because they went to college and we went and did their bar exam, and then the bar exam is just them being a foreign agent because it's a oath to the British accredited registration.
well,
Sure.
y'all, we're giving him energy right now, so let's switch the switch the
Yeah.
topic. What's
Well,
everybody doing today?
as long as he can't put more food in the bowl for us to eat from, then I mean, we can vent whatever we want to say, but as long as he's not giving that energy back to perpetuate it, you know what I mean? You know
Yeah,
what I mean? But I feel like it's part of the open because like I want to conduct what's known as town halls. Everybody has an opportunity to speak. Everybody has an opportunity to speak, to be heard, and get their voice out there.
I
that's
just
smart.
invented with another lawyer that freaking when you give them money, they put it in a trust account. What does that tell you?
There you go.
Hmm.
There you go. And it's
Not
all trust.
difficult. I just noticed you got your T-shirt on. I never heard you telling anybody. Tell them where they can get your shirts.
I'm not selling anything. I mean, I got that shirt just for when I go because I'm getting ready. I'm gearing up to go to the courts. It's like I've got a couple of videos. I got a bunch of videos of me going into court, but like I was always scared. Like I don't want to. I want to put these people on blast because their faces on there. But then I go onto other people's YouTubes and I see they doing it. So bump it. I'm gonna do it too. I've got plenty of footage of me going to the courtroom and clandestinely recording everything that I'm doing.
I like to see stuff like that though too, because then it gives me kind of an idea of how the court's set up. I really want to go and watch some court cases. Just go and sit in the back, take my notebook, and just kind of see like what's the pecking order? Where's the chain of command? How do things, who stands, who doesn't, how, just all
Exactly.
the things. Yeah, I really want to do that.
Well, when the last time you went to court, Leah? Is it
Um,
Leah?
It's
no,
Lee. I always
it's
call her
actually,
Leah
yeah.
too. I feel bad.
No, you're fine. It's actually just Lee.
Lee.
Um,
Okay,
but
Lee.
but it's
Sorry, Lee.
cool. Yeah, you're cool. Um, I haven't gone into the courtroom in a long time. Um, so I think another reason why is that that's kind
That's
of
what
what
gets you
scares me.
mad, girl. That's what gets you mad.
I think that's
Yeah,
what
it's gonna get you
scares me.
mad too. Cause I'm mad. Like I
Hmm.
was mad. Yeah. It takes you off your square, and that's what they're supposed
Yeah,
to do.
I know, and I have such a hard time
Yeah, man.
standing on it. So, but did you
Yeah.
guys see
I
the
heard you
two
say that
ladies?
on one of your posts.
Yeah, I really do. I need to stand on my
Which,
square.
which two ladies?
There was two ladies in Maricopa County that, um,
Oh yeah, Nikki Klein.
I just saw those
yes,
people. They're tight. They're exposing it.
yep,
Yeah.
I love it because she even
I'm
talked
I'm
about the
so mad at her
Sestakay
last
Trust.
name though. I'm mad at her last name is Klein. You know what I mean?
She's
But like I look
exposing
past
it.
that though because she's
She's
doing
telling
good
the
though. She's
truth
doing
about
good
what's
for the
going
people.
on. She's saying like how they do foreclosures, how you're attending on your
Own
property that you
land.
buy, all that stuff. Like she's exposing the shit.
Yeah, she even used the word Sestakay V Trust, and she talked about how to patent the land and how the assessor basically puts another map over top of the map and then assesses your property and takes it from you.
Yep, the Buck Act.
Yes, the zip
Yeah.
The
code.
Buck Act.
It's a
Video
zone
where she
improvement
went
plan map.
Yep,
on
the Buck Act.
and put the her public officials on notice and told them if they don't stop, they're gonna file treasonous or treason claims on them.
Yeah, did you see all
Mm-hmm.
the cops? The cops were all in the back and they're pacing around. They didn't look happy.
They didn't know what to do, if you ask me.
They were kind of
Right?
pacing
Yeah.
around like, oh shit.
Because
Me.
remember, once they get put on notice, the sheriff's duty is to the people, not to the board or whatever. I think it was a board meeting.
I
Yeah.
believe these sheriffs, they're all bar holders too. Like maybe the lowest form, because the way they operate, bro, you would think that they're on the same team.
Yeah.
Just like how they replaced all of the senators, all the congressmen and women, all of the people in government, they replaced them with lawyers.
Yeah, but I think that if you put them on notice or you have them, you ask them to serve something, they're obligated to serve under their badge. Because sheriffs and marshals are old school. They're old school from back in the day in the old
Correct.
western. So if you put them on notice or you serve them and ask them to serve somebody, they have to. They're obligated to.
Yep,
hmm
by their oath. But if they don't
Yeah.
have an oath, are they going to do it?
Well, I think they're going to be held
All their oaths,
accountable
so they're
too
gonna
because
do it.
it's I think they'll end up being held accountable though, because once like the judges will be reprimanded and then it'll go down to the attorneys and then it'll go down to maybe what sheriff's deputy all the way down the little chain, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And there's no ignorance of the law, so you guys are in trouble too. You including Nick.
That's so funny
Right,
that
but there's
they'll tell
also
you.
equal protection under the law, so they're bound by the same penalties that we are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll tell you that the ignorance of the law is no excuse, but then they'll simultaneously turn around and be like, "But are you a licensed attorney?"
Exactly.
The way I've heard of it is when you're asked that question, you're supposed to respond with, "I didn't know that a practicing law was licensed."
Yeah,
Right, because how can you take a right and license it?
Yep.
Or you could also put them in a corner and ask them, "Hey, can you direct me to the place that gives out license to be an attorney?"
The licensing commission of your state.
They won't say that though because the licensing commission don't license attorneys. The bar card
Exactly.
holder goes and assigns himself to a specific firm, and the firm alone is who holds the license, not the bar card attorney.
Well, and it puts you in their jurisdiction too. So if we're all trying to get out of the jurisdiction of the corporation, then, I mean, of course, if they take the bar and their sworn oath to the crown and all the things, then it's like they'll be held accountable too. Because the queen's gone now and it's just trickling down. And then you have Maricopa County coming out with that stuff. Then you have like who is it? Catherine Middleton. She's I don't know who died, but somebody just died. So it's crumbling. I don't know if it was King Charles or if they were saying that Catherine died, but I'm not, or Kate, whatever. I don't
Got to
know.
remember all that stuff in the media though is all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of a distraction, but I also think it's kind of a guideline of for us to know what's going on. Like just because I've been down the rabbit hole since 2017, so it's kind of like a QAnon kind of guideline to what's going on.
Well, I followed some of that QAnon stuff, and that stuff was just saying to read in between the lines on anything that's in the media. So I get you there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got my tinfoil hat.
Same with these bar cards. Like I just talked to a bar card and he said that he puts any money that I were to give him, he puts into a trust account. But then when you ask them about the trust, they'll try to stonewall you or railroad you and call you frivolous. And they use those type of words so that way they sound more sophisticated than you do.
Yeah, because they're wanting to trip you
Washington
up.
State is eliminating the bar for their state. They no longer will need to be licensed. They're opening up to everybody like it should be in common law.
I saw that. I was impressed with that because I would have like growing up, I loved like I was on debate team and stuff like that. And I always thought that was really cool, but there was no way that I was going to be able to like be an attorney and stuff like that and pass it and do all that kind of stuff. And now that they've opened it up, I'm like, can I actually live my dream out now?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I was thinking about. Hold on, mama. Hold on. Sorry, guys, my phone died, but I'm on the charger, so let's continue. Ma, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. I
That's the
won't.
thing about the licensing is
Okay.
they can't put a monopoly on that type of profession. You know what I'm saying? They can't say only licensed people can practice that. So I know there's a Supreme Court case that goes along with that. Although I'm not sure of it off the top of my head.
Okay, so the attorneys, the bar card holders have to have an IOLTA account, which is the trust account. That does not mean they have to put the money in the trust,
Yes.
From my
It's
but
understanding,
they have
reappropriation
to
of
have
funds,
the
right?
from my
accounts.
understanding in my state, that's how they operate the money, so that way it can be pulled out and used for the attorney. But I just think that it's all smoke and mirrors, like because
Well,
when you ask about a
that's how
trust
it's.
account, they'll tell you that you're frivolous or this is a frivolous claim or what are you talking about? They'll try to gaslight you and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, it just goes back to getting into the books, so that way you can rebut whatever they try to tell you you're stupid on.
Is that like an escrow account?
It's a trust account. It. I can't think of the. It's IOLTA, an IOLTA. And so if you are an attorney and you're practicing, you have to have at least you have to have the certificate that says you have an IOLTA account. But
He was even telling me that that my state takes a percentage out of it, and that's why they won't do like credit cards because you can't apply the credit card fees or the debit card fees or the extra fees that they take out in their percentages on a debit or credit. So it's got to be cash, money order, check, or a banker's check or something like that.
they want the cash. They don't have to put it in that the IOLTA unless they're audited, and then they all start to scramble,
I think
to cover up for each
we
other.
need to start freaking getting these people audited by the IRS. I was watching some stuff where you can assign or you can attempt to assign with a Form 56 fiduciary to a judge or a prosecutor, and if they decline it, you can you give them a directive and you tell them you can choose to sign this or you don't have to choose to sign this, but if you choose not to sign it, you have to give me a reason why, and then just so you're on notice, if you choose to dishonor this appointment, then I will send this Form 56 to the IRS investigation unit, and then you guys will be audited.
Yes, they keep us so busy with filing complaints, and now it can be turned the other way around now that we're learning.
Well, the reason why they keep us busy with filing complaints is because it's money costing. So the more money you spend on filing a complaint, every complaint you file has to be, you have to spend some type of money. So that's why they say it's more expensive to file a claim or to do countersuits than it is to actually get them in trouble, because you have to go by the proper process. Going by the proper process is filing a complaint, doing so on and so forth, et cetera, et cetera. And then all that is money, and it costs money. And most people don't have money. Like that's why these people get off on you paying them thousands of dollars to represent you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've only been in this for a year and a half, maybe 2 years on the whole court system thing. I've learned about the ens legis thing prior to that, but I was diving in, so on and so forth. Not occasionally, not all into it, but once I started learning all this, like, it's like a whole new knowledge. Your eyes are open.
Yep. And my thing is this: like, there's no reason to charge the people when you can charge your servants for all the malfeasances.
What's funny too is they tell you if you can't afford one, they'll appoint one for you. And the way I was turned on about that is like, because I come from a different side of the track, so it's like if you had your worst enemy tell you that you needed some accounting done, right? And they told you, hey, I got a person for you. Would you take that person? Probably not.
Hell no.
Because that person is obligated by the bar. If they're obligated by the bar, why would you even take them? If I would have known about this stuff before I went through my troubles, I would have never took a public defender. I would have just tried to do it myself.
Right. So, but let the lawyers tell it. Oh, I've got several videos where the judge is trying to force the quote unquote defendant to take an attorney, and they'll say, well, our attorney has so much experience, they know what they're doing, they're well versed in the procedure, and they have your best intentions. It's to sound like a salesman, bro.
They're just as complicit when they try to do that, though, because they're violating due process, and you have the right to represent yourself.
You have the right to speak for yourself. You can't represent yourself.
Present yourself. My apologies.
Yeah, I won't even say present. I mean, like, to me, a presentment is for like some sort of a document you're presenting, but you can't present yourself either. You are self-evident by walking into the room. All living people who have all the senses in order can see that you're there. You don't have to present. You don't have to represent. You don't have to do nothing. I'm standing right here. Can you not see me? It's self-evident. It's prima facie. You can't see me, bro?
I was also hearing about in court cases, if there's a claim against you, when they ask you, do you understand the charges? Tell them I don't see any charges on the record, and then make them have the prosecutor speak the charges into the record, because then that makes them liable. I'm so tempted to do that.
Don't be tempted. Don't be tempted. Don't be tempted. I would say be compelled to, because they are compelling you.
They'll try
Be
to hand you the
compelled to.
paperwork and be like, these are your charges right here. And I don't see nothing on. You're supposed to look at it front and back and be like, I don't see no charges here, Your Honor. Can you please direct the prosecutor to speak the charges into the record?
So yes, exactly, because that's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. And like Joe Lustig brought that to my attention. He was like, he kind of like put me on to how to send a summons back, a refusal with cause without dishonor. And when you write on that document, refuse for cause without dishonor, you put the codes without, you know what I mean? You write all the stuff you need to write on it, but they don't honor it. Well, did you write it on the back? Because they can say they didn't see it, because the prosecutor said she didn't see my bill of particulars, right? I don't see it. She goes, I don't see it. I don't see it. Right? But she stood up 10 minutes earlier and says, yes, I received it, Your Honor. I'll review it, and then we'll get back to you. 10 minutes earlier. And then when I sat down with her, She goes, I don't see it. And then she goes, is there something I can help you with? And I'm like, okay, yeah, I just want to know the nature and cause, blah, 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 blah. And we went through all that shit. And then I said, that's cool. All I want to know is the crime in the aspect of an injured party or a breach of contract. And as soon as I said that, she said, okay, Mr. England, go back and sit back in the pew and just wait for the judge to call you, and we'll let the judge address those concerns, right? When I get in front of the judge, and I've told this story a million of times. I know maybe people haven't heard it, and some people have, but when I got in front of the judge, and I said, well, I really want to know if the prosecutor will address my bill of particulars, because she didn't. And she stood up and she goes, I did, Your Honor. And the honor obviously took her side, right? Well, she's saying that she did, Mr. England, and blah, 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 and they just moved right past it.
That's how they do it right there. They just move right past it. If the prosecutor says they did something, or they followed what they were supposed to follow in the eyes of the judge and the prosecutor holds them up to that high standard and just assumes that they did what they were supposed to do. That's why when you ask for the nature and cause, you should have asked it to the judge. I don't want to talk to the prosecutor. I want to talk to the judge. And
I did.
The judge, your corner.
Like, I have a post. I have a whole post of it, bro. Like,
What
I
they're
asked
trying to do is
I asked the
corner
judge,
the judge.
huh?
You're trying to corner the judge because the
course,
judge
they're
is the
cornering questions.
judicial officer.
You're asking the questions that they cannot answer. So, like, this is my realm because I've been through it. I can speak on it. Like, right? Everything else I can't really speak on. That's why I shut up and I listen. But this I can speak on because I've been in the court. I've seen it happen firsthand, and it's eye-opening. It's just like, wow, oh my God. It's like you discovered something. Like you discovered something. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh my God, this is really what's going on. You know, I went up in there and like I posted it, and I can't really put it verbatim right now. But I mean, I asked questions like, who's bringing a claim against me? She says the state. I said, well, can you bring the state? I need to, can we put the state on the witness stand if we go to trial? And she says, well, the prosecution is here representing the state. And I said, well, did the prosecution bring a claim against me? You know what I mean? And she goes, well, the claim was brought against you from someone in the solicitor's office. I said, I said, okay, well, does this person in the solicitor office have any firsthand knowledge of the events that took place in the night in question? Okay, Mr. England. Okay, Mr. England. We're going to schedule you for a jury trial. And I said, I object to a trial. If anything, I mean, the fines are well in the excess of what I think it's $21. I think I said $300 because I was just on the spot and I just spit out what the prosecutor offered me for a fine penalty payment. And I said it's well over the excess of $300. I could invoke the common law per the Constitution, right? And she just says no. She just says no. And I said, okay, obviously the Constitution is not in play right here. There's got to be a contract. There's got to be a contract that stipulates. The word is stipulate. And I watched that judge use the word stipulate 70 times that day. And what is a stipulation in the eyes of the law? It's an agreement on the facts. It's an agreement on factual basis. And that's what lawyers provide. They provide factual basis. And that's another word that they use 1,000,000 times in that courtroom. Based on the factual basis, Your Honor, and then they'll go through all of the facts in the case, right? But it's not the facts. It's a factual basis. You see the wordplay?
Yeah.
And then the judge will come to the defendant and say, do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? I mean, a series of questions, and then she'll say, do you understand? Another question, do you understand? Another question, do you understand? And the person's up there, yes-o, yes-o, yes-em, 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 right? Like a slave.
Yeah,
like a slave.
You're supposed to say no.
Like, hold on. Let me finish. And then at the end of the yes-ems and the do you understands, the judge goes, okay, based on the stipulation, I have a factual basis to determine. Those are the words she used. Based on the stipulation, it's an agreement. I have the factual basis, right, to issue whatever, right? It's they're looking for an agreement always. And if you can see the wordplay, you can see that they're always looking for an agreement. I can't speak on none but these court cases because I've been there, right? They're only looking for an agreement at all times. Do you understand? Do you agree? Do you agree? Do
Yeah,
you
that's
understand? Like people say stand under. Sure. It's an agreement is what they're looking for. A verbal
all they
agreement.
want.
Was that?
That's all they want is an agreement, because a contract doesn't have to be stipulated by a verbal agreement. Specifically, it can be a tacit agreement or a non-verbal
Well,
agreement.
so they already got their contract. They already got their contract, but it's a unilateral contract, isn't it? Only you signed it. Who else signed it? And is a unilateral contract binding? And especially if it's between of two unlike kinds. Are you signing, especially if you sign as the living man, can they bind that against the corporation? It's all fraud, bro. Like it's all fraud, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. This is how wild. From my whole experience that I've been going through recently, dude, it's just like, all right, I gotta find a way to get ahead of this, because
Well, what's your charges?
menacing.
Menacing. What does that mean?
So in my state, menacing is when you try to create fear within a person to believe that they're in serious bodily injury, or they could.
What's a person?
Well, they would say, I know what a person is. A person is the corporation, association, individual, or trust.
Sure. So when you read it, when you read in that menacing charge, right? You're reading that menacing charge, and you say any person. I just stop right there. I'm like, wait, okay. Well, I
Well,
probably should look up any, but I kind of
they
get, I
also
kind of
have
got
it
to.
with a weapon too. So the way that they define weapon is either a clear and present firearm, or a simulated firearm or simulated weapon. Simulated weapon is defined as any object that is fashioned, formed, or made to look or appear like a person or a
All right, so
reasonable.
check it out, right? Check it out, bro. So, one of the shows when I was still asleep that I like to watch was Parks and Recreation, right? Anybody know Parks and Recreation? There's a character on there named Andy Dwyer, right? And there's an episode where he was in the hospital, right? And because he got into some sort of accident, whatever. But one of the nurses told him to stop playing with the cords and all the IVs and all the stuff that's hooked up to him. And one of the characters said, "Come on, stop playing with it. It's not a toy." And then he said, his response was, "Anything's a toy if you play with it."
For real
You
though.
understand? So if you give it life, it shall have life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when we go into them courts and we giving these fictions life, well, they got jurisdiction, bro. You gave them life.
Yeah, exactly. Giving them life, and once you came in and claimed the name, you already gave them jurisdiction in life. That's
Right.
one thing that I didn't understand at first, which is where I should have did more research, but I was stuck on time and shit.
Right. So like Nick just said, courts have jurisdiction as a matter of law.
No, they have only jurisdiction during any subject matter which is
Well,
pertains to what
well,
you give them.
Sure, but like here's the thing. He's an attorney. So when he says a matter of law, what law is he talking about? He's talking about the law that he has the jurisdiction over. He doesn't see any law outside of that. He don't see constitutional law. He
No,
don't
he
see
won't.
public law. He don't see canon law. All he sees is all he can see, all he understands as an attorney is statutory code. That's it.
That's it.
That's all the law he's concerned with.
I was trying to look up how statutes aren't law and stuff, and how they're only obligated
Well, it's a
to
colorable law.
corporations.
It's
Yeah, it's a
colorable.
colorable law.
Like one thing. I don't know if y'all seen my last live. Trinity was talking about colorable law. They paint a picture
Yeah,
that looks like law. And you
yeah,
could put it on the wall. You could put it on the wall and be like, "That's law." Okay, that looks like law. It's a great picture of a law, but it's not the law, is it? It's colorable. Somebody had to paint that. Somebody had to get the resemblance of law to you. It's not real.
yeah,
It's not
exactly.
real. It's
Okay.
colorable. Look, there's a form that you can file, and I'll post it. I'll post it because I'm actually gonna be putting it into my get a motherfucker out of the jail package, right?
Yeah.
Because I believe we could put together a package that can at least get somebody out of jail. You know what I mean? We can start getting the lower hanging fruit out, and then we can figure out how to climb up that tree and get everybody else out. And Nick, I love you, brother. You said your dad's in jail unlawfully. You should be a part of this, brother.
For real though.
You should be a part of this. Now, your own people didn't put your daddy in jail unlawfully. So what are you going to do to get it out?
The
You
people
got to
you
join
owe
the peer
heed to.
council, Nick. Brother, you got to join the peer council. Let's get your daddy out of jail, bro.
With
I
your
know
experience, we
why
could
Nick
probably
is
kill
here.
it with more attorneys' experiences joining in on this side of the actual truth. Like, they would be able to be like, oh look, they're stonewalling, or oh look, they're railroading. Like, that's the whole purpose of legal counsel. They're not bar attorneys. They're just counsel. They're familiar with the law and familiar with the procedure or process, and then they can guide you in what you need to do. The more attorneys that we have that flip and put their bar card to the side or throw it away or whatever, that would be the greatest right there.
Yeah, you've heard of the story like David Straight put out, right? The David Straight, like in one of his videos, like think what you will about David Straight, but I love David Straight. Just like I love Yusuf L. They might be both agents, but I fucking love them. Just like I love Tom Cruise. You know what I mean? Because that dude makes great movies. You feel me? And these guys make great YouTubes, but they pump you full of stuff that you need to think about. And that's all they're doing is telling you to think about it. But then, if you ever think about it, if you ever watch Yusuf L, I love him to death, but he never gives you a clear definition on how to do anything. Anything. And then he charges you an astronomical fee for a consultation to learn how to do it. And I'm not even sure if he still teaches you how to do it.
My thing is he goes off on tangents, so he never finishes what he's talking about. He'll go on a tangent and then start yelling at people. And then,
That's
yeah,
my
But
thing.
dog,
like you said, he doesn't get
that's
it
the
clear.
most, bro, that is the most entertaining thing about, I fucking love it. I'm sorry.
I love it too. I love it when he starts talking shit too. I get it, but at the same time, you're teaching. So if you're teaching, go back to what you're teaching. Like,
Is he
I
teaching?
understand the little small
He
rants
charges
and
for his
stuff.
classes, bro. The YouTube is a radio show. He's got to come with that shock value.
I get that.
You know what I'm saying? But he's still giving you gems.
Oh yeah.
He'll still give you that breadcrumb that will lead you to Mount Mordor so you could throw the ring in that motherfucker and
Yeah,
kill evil
I'm
forever.
not hating. I learned a lot from Yusabel. He gave me the gems.
Absolutely. But is he an agent? Because he never comes out with the full truth. And like I'm not gonna speak no names.
Well, but then again,
I hope he's in alive because I'm gonna be completely honest here. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't see him in alive. But I keep telling this brother, if you got the sauce, come into my live and I will give you the floor. I won't let nobody else on. I won't let nobody else on. But he's like, nah, man, if you want me on your live, give me $300. I'm like, man, if you don't get the fuck off my goddamn DM with this. Listen, I'm sorry for cursing, but
they're trying to charge for
like, do you even,
information.
have you ever been on my lives? That's not how I conduct. And I don't even call it business. I call it assembly. That's not how I assemble, brother. Because this is an assembly. We have the right to assemble. Let's leave all that commercial stuff. We'll make room for it because there's always room for it. We got to live, right? But that's not the premise. That
My
is not
thing
the
is
premise.
if we all had a concise step by step or even like books to read to like where they nobody gives you concise steps to follow this process. You just kind of got to jump. I think
You know
Honey
who's
Drop
gonna
was
do
saying
it
the
though?
same thing.
Do you
Honey
know who's
Drop
gonna do it, bruh? Moonchild. You know who's gonna do it?
who?
Us.
That's right.
Bet.
Us.
Bet.
No one
But
is
we all
gonna do
have
it
to
but
find a
us.
common place to meet up and do this. Like, I believe study groups should help, but we also got to find a common place to meet
The
up.
hard
And since
Look,
we're
the
all
hard
state
way.
different in
I'm gonna
different
do it the
states, that's
hard
gonna be
way.
hard.
I'm gonna do it the hard way, right? Like, cause if I think about it, right, when I correct, quote unquote, corrected my status, there was an assembly in every state, bro. It didn't matter which state you was in, you could correct your status. To me, that's assembling. Now, but like, how far did the assembly get? It
They
didn't
went
get
back
too
into the
far.
politics. That's what I see.
Exactly. Exactly.
They
And
went
I
back
went to
into
a
the
couple of their
politics
meetings
and
too, and
then
I'm like,
sold
I mean,
out.
these people are talking about things that I was talking about 3 years ago, and they're still on that. I'm like, bro, we need like
Yeah, we're already done
What
with
Lee's
that. We're
doing,
moved on.
like with the because I want to holler at her and do a one on one with her too, because I'm trying to get back all of the rent money, and I'm trying to do all of that stuff because I'm too focused on the courts right now. I'm way too focused on the courts, but there's so many more aspects of that freedom fighting journey that you get on, like dealing with your rent application, dealing with your dealership application, dealing with the IRS, you know,
But
getting. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to just say, but I feel like there's like new flushes of waves of people that start to like, I know I'm only saying that because like you just said that like there's new people or maybe you've been doing this like for 3 years and stuff like that.
Right.
So that's where I said months ago where it's almost like we move up the chain. So maybe we're in middle school because we've educated ourselves and that kind of stuff, but you still have kindergartners that are coming in, you
Yes.
know? So I
My
try
thing
to
is
teach
if
very basics, somebody like you may teach college. I don't, I
No, no,
would
no, no,
rather
no,
teach.
no.
no, I don't believe
I was
that. I
answering
believe
it because
that we
I'm
should all
posting
be
other
able to.
people's stuff. It's not my words I'm posting. I'm just studying, and what I come across, I share it. And see what other people think about it. Because I'm like, am I going down the wrong path? Should
No,
I
I don't see it
should I
that way
turn left
either.
at Albuquerque? You know what I'm saying?
We need a multitude of people to be able to be like, because if there is, let's say, like you said, Lee, like, Mr. Difficult's on the college level because he's been studying it for a certain amount of years. All right, well, then that means that he has the experience and the knowledge to be able to say, all right, now see, look, this is where you got to turn this way, turn left here. Basically, no different than giving us directions when you're trying to go somewhere. Like, I could be at a middle school level because I've only learned it for a few years or whatever. But my thing is like the arrogance that people start getting once they start learning this all, they start getting an arrogance to them, and then they don't want to help, and that's my thing. Like, cause like my whole plan for this is that when I learn this, I wanna be able to teach my children. I have a 17-year-old who's gonna be 18 years old. I want her to claim her stuff when she gets to be an adult.
Yes,
When
sir.
I have a 14-year-old, so and then I have a 5-year-old. My son is 5 years old. When my son gets 18, I want him to be a beast and be able
Yes.
to put
Well,
these people on knowledge. But then I also
well,
want to teach my people too.
Yes.
right, but here's the thing too with the oldest one, between the ages of 18 and 25, she can go into the Social Security office, and I would set up an appointment to talk to somebody privately and then go ahead and put her down as beneficiary. That's your window. Between 18 and 25 is when you are not going to get as much pushback, because
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm 50, so I'm jumping through hoops. But
Hey, I get that. I'm
let me
37.
well, let me finish my kindergarten through college because I know when I started this, I should have started out in kindergarten, but I was listening to people that were in middle school and it started to become overwhelming.
Yeah, I
So
hear that.
if we're talking to people that are really new, I feel like it almost needs to be broken down into like the simplest terms, You know, because I was hearing stuff like allonges, and I was hearing stuff like, and I'm going, holy shit, what is this? You know,
Okay, so that
and I
reminds
felt,
me of a quote. If you cannot explain something simply, then you do not yet understand it. So with some people, if they can't explain it simply, they don't understand it as well. So that's where I was getting with what I was saying is like we have to, once we start getting higher up in the knowledge that we're learning, we gotta be able to try to find a way to turn it down a notch and explain it simply for the people that we do see coming in that are new. You know what I mean?
yeah, but if a college person starts to get a little arrogant, they're not going to want to be teaching
Exactly.
kindergarten. So that's where it's almost like each person, like, pick your road, pick the path, and then just teach that. The people that need to find you are going to find you. You know, there was things that I was learning that it was way over my head. I mean, even on my notes, I had more things that I needed to look up versus learning, because they were saying words that I was like, "Oh my God," like, and it's even misspelled wrong in my journal because I'm just like,
Yeah.
so that's where it's almost like, if it is the what's the guy's name? El Bay, I don't remember what it is. But if it's him, it's almost like, let him stay at college, level. We'll find him. Once I'm ready for that dude, then I'll go seek him out. But right now, if I need to be in kindergarten, then I need to find somebody else, somebody that's going to break it down into like pictures and, definitions and,
That's the hard part though, because once the person gets high into the college level of this education, they don't want to go down, and so we need to find someone who does want to go down. That's what I'm saying is like
yeah.
we could have like there are a lot of people who are sophisticated in this, and they have all this extra knowledge because they've been doing it for a certain amount of years. And I'm not throwing any hate towards them or nothing like that. Do what they gotta do. My thing is that what sucks is people tend to they gain their knowledge, and then they don't want to go down and dumb down what they're teaching to the person who's beginning, not remembering or realizing that they were once a beginner. And that's why I want to learn this, so I can be able to dumb myself down and teach someone who's new to this, because I
Well,
was new at one time. You know
Like,
what I'm saying?
let me interject here. Let me interject here.
look
I
at what
think
Claudia wrote. Look at what Claudia wrote. I go
what
into
you
some
right.
lives and ask a question. It's a simple question, and the panel starts to laugh. It's shameful, because then it's going to leave Claudia with, like, well, hell, if nobody's going to teach me, I feel like I'm spinning in circles,
Yeah, exactly.
So it's almost like,
Right.
I don't agree with that. I'm sorry, Claudia, that people are doing that to you. Like, I'm really proud of you for trying to learn this and that kind of stuff, and people shouldn't be arrogant like that. If somebody is really coming and wanting knowledge, then give them that. If you have that token or you have that little piece of the puzzle, then just offer it.
Exactly.
Hey
Don't stop
guys.
asking questions, mama.
Hey guys. What if I put together the hard way convention, right? And we put it like right in smack dab in the middle of the US. So we can all come from all four corners and we can all get in one big ass convention hall and we can all talk about this shit in person. We can look each other in the face.
Hell
Wouldn't that
Hey,
be,
yeah.
for real though,
wouldn't
that'd
that
be
fucking be
tight.
amazing?
Yeah, that'd be tight. I can go as far as Kansas east.
Man, take the train. You can make it there, bro. Just take the train. You stay on the land too, man. I don't like flying, so I'm probably gonna
Yeah,
take the train too.
I don't like flying either.
I'm not getting in no plane no more, man. Like, oh my god,
Well, freak, bud, you gotta go through security and stuff with all that stuff. That's crazy.
you gotta do all that shit at the train station,
Oh, I get that, but the freaking TSA at the airport is a whole nother beast.
bro. Like, I was going through the courthouse security line, and they was making people take their shoes off and they belts. I was like, yo, this is the
Oh,
TSA.
hell no.
And I went. Oh, my man Lee is on. I want Lee, please join. I want y'all to listen to Lee, cause Lee bringing that heat, bro. I'm telling you, Lee bringing that heat. Come on,
Well,
McDuck.
and the other thing that I want to say for anybody that's starting, just make sure that any mentor that you get, make sure that they have come to completion in what they're doing. Everybody can talk a great game and I have this and you need to set up this and all that kind of shit. But if they have not done it themselves, why are you following somebody? It's like blind leading the blind. I want to
Yeah,
follow
bro.
somebody that has come to completion on the remittance or come to completion with the SP
Yeah,
slash
the
C
goal.
process, don't follow somebody that's also
I
still,
would
I don't
agree.
want to say, yeah, like real talk. Like if they're still in middle school and you're now getting into middle school, why are you following them?
See, but yeah, I like that. I like that, Lee. Like I like that because you're talking about the progression of the journey that we're going through, right? You start in pre-K, you know what I mean? Like going through the conspiracy videos maybe, and then you get up into kindergarten, and that's probably like what the documentaries. You know what I mean? Like you go
Yeah,
through your
yeah,
whatever your journey was. You know, you can grade it by pre-K,
yeah. Like if it's
K,
pre-K,
first,
you're learning
first.
about colors. What are the colors? The blue is for commerce. The purple is for,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
learning about, then middle school, maybe you're learning more definitions and how to put things together and,
Right,
stuff like that.
Follow you.
And
right.
then, yeah, so it's like
You
kind
always
of
got to
So where
start
you
with
games.
where you at
history.
now,
You got to
Lee?
start with the history and how we got into this position, right? Like what is each point in time that really affected the way that things really worked. Like that's lesson number one is history, right? Like lesson number two would be like learn your UCC, right? Stuff like that. That's the
Yeah.
progression that
So
you're
Petey,
talking about.
what grade you in? I
I'm
have you
probably
graduated high
in
school
second
yet?
grade. Second grade, dude.
Yeah, you see, like I'm still in elementary.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
still in
I am
elementary
not
myself.
afraid to admit it because the first person you got to be honest with is your motherfucking self. Excuse my language.
For real
Hmm.
though.
Well, I also base it off of how many years. So just like
Right,
school, it has to go through the years. So, you
right.
know, and I've only been doing this since September of 2022. So I'm still in elementary school too.
Yeah, man. B, what about you? That's my
And
man
ethics
Angelo. What
Yeah, I
about
ethics and
you?
just
integrity should be paramount with everything that we do. I mean, I just like you guys were talking about a moment ago, I posted up a remittance coupon video, right? And I thought I had everything going in the right direction, and then it was wrong. Dude, I couldn't take it down fast enough, and I already had people
So what was
asking me
wrong about it
questions, and
though?
I'm like, I put myself in a bad position.
Well, I mean,
So
like,
I'm
here's
like,
the thing,
damn.
man. Like, I don't think anybody on this panel will fault you for doing that because I could have did that, bro. I could have did that. You know what I mean? I got plenty of videos up on TikTok that could be leading people astray.
Yeah, I
But
have
that was
some that
just
I
what I was
started in the
going through at
beginning.
the time. That's what I was learning at the time, and I was willing to execute it. And I'm just sharing my journey. That's it. This is not legal advice. If you want to do it, it's on you. But if you did it just by watching my video, then that's probably should have happened to you. You know what I mean? Did you go read a book?
I haven't posted no videos on this because I'm still trying to do everything concise and set to where I can create content for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably make
Yeah. So
another.
how much more research did you do before you pulled the trigger? Right? Did you measure
That's what
three
I'm gonna
times,
say.
or did you
Exactly.
not measure at all?
Right.
Did you
What
eyeball
does
it?
Aunt Pooh
Eyeball
say?
it, right?
Measure 10 times, cut once.
Yeah,
Make sure you got it right before you do it.
But
that's an old adage too, man.
we also
Yeah,
can't
man.
get stuck into analysis
Well, I got it
paralysis
from Aunt
because
Pooh, so I gotta,
that could head us that could make us go in the wrong direction and being stuck in analysis paralysis.
Studying don't stop.
study and don't stop. And like, here's the thing, man. Like, I don't want anybody to think any kind of thing I'm trying to pump Aunt Pooh for nothing, but that dude got himself out of jail, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I respect that.
With the name decree, I'm trying to figure all that stuff out too.
A name decree ain't nothing but a name change, but like when you get the name change, you get the decree. But the decree has all your stipulations in it. And what are stipulations? Agreements,
agreements and directives. My
right?
thing is though, do we change our name to the living man name with the dashes and the semicolon, or
From what I heard from him, and he said it on my live, so I can say it. He said it on my live, so I can say it. So it's all about being a natural person and what do the laws apply to. And don't get me wrong, I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm just trying to aggregate so I can execute. You know, as the executor,
thing?
because I want to have when I pull up to the Monopoly board, I want to have a bunch of, you know, green, yellow, and blue, whatever them Monopoly monies. I want to have a big stack when I pull up to the board. You feel
Yeah,
me?
I
And I
feel
put
that.
my
I
piece
feel
on the
that.
board.
But what Honey Drop was saying was once you get your name decree and then you properly become a secured party or you properly do your status correction, you'll have all that because it's unlimited
Sure.
credit. There is no money.
To me, it's all about being ironclad, bro. Like you have to have all your bases covered so you can get the grand slam when you need to like step up to the plate. You
I,
feel me?
I feel that. I feel that.
Because if you got all of that, what they gonna do? You gonna get a couple of points in.
Hey, hold on. Claudia said that sometimes she doesn't comprehend. I don't either, Levy. I have a learning disability and I am dyslexic as hell. So sometimes I have to reread and even write notes what have I just read.
Yeah, but to me,
So
I
a
have to
lot
live it. To
A
me,
so
wise
I
I'll
person
just have to live it. To
a
me,
wise
I just
person
have to live
told
it.
was
Once you
read it
see
a
it,
bunch of times, 7 times for it to reframe in your brain.
bro, all you gotta do is live it. If you live it once, you'll see it, and that can't be erased from your memory too easily. What you read, it could go out the. You could just that could go out the other end in like no
Yeah,
time. But
but
once you go in there
experience
and
and
learn
trial and
it
error
and live
can
it,
help
you
you
have all
learn.
those cognitive pictures of it in your mind. That's hard to get rid of, bro. Like me going into that courtroom, I will never forget that because it was the first time I did it. It was the first time I did it. I always had a lawyer,
Yep.
right?
And
And
one
and
like I'm
thing
not saying I've been to court a bunch of times because I haven't.
I heard this lady posted in OG Judge Salty. She said it's learning
Salty.
it's learning a new language and a new life, and I do believe that this is a lifestyle. We have to be able to live this type of stuff because once you get complacent and don't start living it, you're gonna fall off.
because think about it, you have to give yourself grace too. Think about whenever you were a baby, you didn't know English. You had to be
Yeah.
around it to understand it, to listen to it, to absorb it, to understand what that word meant.
True.
So now it's like this is a new language and how like we're dealing with drafts. We're dealing, where before we called them checks. Now it's a draft. Now it's what have you. So just give yourself grace along this journey too. Don't beat yourself up too much.
I'm
And just
thankful
as
for
you always
my
say,
life.
Lee, you got
It's
to
for
know
difficult.
thyself. We all say we got to know thyself. We got to know when we've had too much. Take a break. I study my ass off, and then I'm like, I disappear. I do my Irish exit, and I disappear for like 3 days from everything. Because I've just studied for like 5 days in a row. And I'm just tired. You just got to relax sometimes.
I do the same
Yeah,
thing, PD. Sometimes I'll be so into it where I get like a headache and I have to like stop and go play the game with my son or something. Because like you have to give yourself a break sometimes. Because if not, it'll just weigh on you.
there's
Absolutely, absolutely.
there's times that I've done that where I feel like I have filled my brain to the brim and I have to walk away from it for a moment. I mean, there's times that I've laid on the floor and cried and told God, please let me retain this. Please let this get into my soul. Please let me understand what I'm reading, because think about it, we've been indoctrinated, but you've also had all these people around you, such as family members or even teachers that maybe have made you feel bad or made you feel less than, but you're not.
So like,
We were just lied to.
can I say something on that, late?
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. Like everybody here on this community, and I'm not trying to take shots at anybody. I'm just speaking my truth, okay? Like people are passing around the word agents, right? Like people and I'm not saying there's not agents on TikTok because obviously there is, right?
I've been called an agent. I've had
I
people tell
know,
me that
I
I'm an
know,
agent.
I know, I know. But here's the thing: we, I think the people who are calling people agents are like the graduates calling high schoolers agents. You know what I mean? We still learning, bro. I think we are in high school right now. Everybody on this live is in high school. We haven't graduated high school yet. And until I get like about 10 wins under my belt, I'm still in high school.
I'm just thankful for your live, dude. I needed a collective to where I can express and do and talk about this stuff that I've been learning. And if it wasn't for your live, I don't think I'd be able to do it. And like you actually invited me, or you actually accept the invite in or the request in. A lot of these other pages and other people, they don't do that. They
You
just
kidding me,
make you
bro?
comment, and then if you
We
say something
still,
stupid, you get laughed at or you get freaking blocked, and it's just ridiculous. So I'm thankful for you, bro.
man. I'm thankful for you, man. Like, here's the thing: you on my live, bro. You don't think I'm thanking you? Shit. My thing is this: we in the same class, bro. Right? I mean, I got real close to like being called an age of my damn self. Like, I don't know if y'all seen the little post I put. I had to delete it though because like I got depressed about it. You know what I mean? I started drinking and I fell into a little depression over it. But the next morning I had to delete it immediately because that's not what I would think on a normal basis. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
But the devil,
It's a level of discernment. You know, you got to discern, not to be paranoid, but you got to use your discernment, and you got to vet. You know, I'm vetting you right now, Mr. Difficult, right now, just like you should be vetting me. We should all be doing this at all times, cautiously. You know, and if something stands out like a red flag, you start to pay attention to things. You know.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Mhm.
sir.
Because that picture that I drew when I went over it, as far as like the little baby, and then we get the estate, and then we get the, the social security. A friend of mine messaged me and was like, that the back of it is not, the back of your social is not the QSIP. It's not, because I said that you have a letter on the back of your social and it's attached to the Federal Reserve that you are attached to. And
Mm-hmm.
she said no, that it's actually backwards. The front of it is what is attached and the back of it is actually your account. Now, I haven't looked into that to see if that's actually it, but like I do want people to come and correct me, because if I'm thinking something's right and then you're telling me it's wrong, it's going to trigger something in me to go and look that up, you
Now,
know.
No,
this
Lee,
is where I
I'm
thought.
gonna confirm that right there for you. I went to every single one of my family members and looked at that first digit, which is a letter, and which indicates what Federal Reserve Bank, or I'm sorry, what national, I'm not using the terminology correct, but it is attached to the bank, like Bank of Chicago, Bank of New York. You know, there's one down
It's
south as well.
district banks.
Yeah, my family's split up all around the nation. It's really my tribe that I'm talking about. My kids and my wife, we're all split up around the country. It's really strange.
Why they call you the family of back in the day. That's what I liked about. That's what got me into learning more about this. Was like you said, checking the history of it. Like when we're supposed to be associated with our surname. So like you're the family of your surname or whatever. Like that's old school stuff. Like that's how we conducted business in the old school days in the 1800s and stuff like that. And so that's what made me start seeing the validity in most of this stuff, is because it's all being put on in the books. We just weren't taught it, and why we weren't taught it was because we were in either state funded freaking schools like public school and stuff like that. And then you can get
Slave
into
schools.
yeah, you can get into the conspiracy theory about the Rothschilds making us go to the slave schools because they didn't want us to learn these particular things. It just substantiates everything that you've ever
Sunday,
wanted
Sunday
to
school.
allow to. Yeah, back in
Sunday
the day it
school.
was
Come on
Sunday
with it.
school. And why? Because law is also derivative of the Bible. So I mean, they don't want us to learn that because we'll fall into the law. Like and it's just crazy, like how all of it just
My
starts
thing is like,
fitting together like a
why did
puzzle.
they rewrite the Bible so many times? I think they converted scripture into a Bible, right? Because like I was on the live the other night and they was talking about it comes from scripture. They never said it comes from the Bible.
Well, true scripture.
But I'm just saying, like, I got to look into that though, because I'm
Well, I
still in
mean,
high school with it. Like I'm ninth grade. You know what I mean?
when I say Bible, I mean like what the scriptures that they use, like the Ecclesiastes and
Yes.
stuff like that. Like that's in the Bible, so that's why I correlate it with the Bible. But even Judges are the Book of Judges, the Book of Numbers, the Book of Psalms. A lot of that stuff is within law, and then I was also learning some stuff where you can put a scripture of a particular book from scripture into a heading or paperwork that you put, and they have to see that, like they have to use that, they have to honor that. So like you can use like a specific scripture that speaks about the debtor and the debtor and Uh,
Right, because those words are in the scripture.
exactly. And if you could use that to your advantage, you should use that. And why I think that they don't want us to learn either of them.
So apparently, what I've heard, if you go into the
And
court and you're using scripture outside of statute number 672 dot C dot A, you know what I mean? If you get away from using that and you start using the scripture, seems like that's what makes the judge get up and spin around and do their dance and switch their hat.
Yeah, it's all freaking witchery. They're conducting black magic and witchery. If you look at it, they wear the black robes for their rituals.
Exactly.
in
Who wears
1983,
the black
they announced
robe?
they made a in 1983 they made the announcement, or again, I'm not using my words right, but in 1993 the Bible became law. I mean, not that it
Yeah,
wasn't already.
Reagan.
And
Yeah, the other day.
shout out to Ampu. He always mentions Leviticus. That's where law comes from, trust law. So
Yep.
everybody check out Leviticus. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, the Bible is law. I mean, just like you said, Mr. Difficult, like when you start spouting that stuff, the judge is like, oh shit, he's calling me out. Know what I'm saying?
Well, like, sorry. Go ahead, Petey. Sorry.
There's a quote that says, "You can lie to yourself. You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to God."
And think about it. As soon as he runs, think about it. As soon as you start quoting scripture, what does the devil do? He runs.
Run. Even the devil's scared. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, man?
Brother, how
I
you doing?
I didn't want to interrupt y'all while y'all was talking biblical verses.
Yes, sir. But I see you though. I see.
Yeah, but I like how Lee was saying about the levels
Yeah,
and how you said that until you get 9 wins, you ain't you at that level.
yeah.
I just got done with court that a state trooper in New York pulled me over for speeding and not having license and a license plate and all of that because I drive private.
Yes, sir.
So I just came out of court last week, and last week was the second was a trial date, and I requested a trial by jury, not a jury by trial, because they're two different things. And just in case anybody listening, a trial by jury is when a trial is heard by the jury and the decision is made by the jury.
Yes, sir.
A jury trial is when the jury can say something, but the judge can overthrow whatever they said because he's not too happy with their decision.
Right. Not left up to the
So
people, but to the administrator.
Jury nullification.
yeah, so the ADA, he brings me into his office because I had submitted my affidavit of truth, and I made sure I put in color of law. I made sure I put in, which is one of the powerful ones, USC. Title 22 USC 611. Now, if y'all not familiar with that one is where FARA comes in at. FARA is the Foreign Agency Registration Act.
Yep.
And so when I told the ADA, I said, when he called me in his office, he's looking through my paperwork, looking in my affidavit. So I'm staring at him like we in a boxing match because I am actually there to fight. So I'm staring at him. He looks at me. He takes his head up and look at me, and he's trying to and I'm reading him because his face was like, did you write this or did you just find this somewhere?
Yo,
Now
John.
you, huh?
Well, John, like I gotta say something. Like I've been following John since it's like when the pandemic started. I started following because I know this guy's been putting in the work, man. Keep going, brother.
Okay, so when I come in, I come dressed as a Moor. So I got my fez and turban on and everything like that. So he's already, like, just like y'all said, the judge comes in with his ceremonial attire, and I come the same way. So he's reading my stuff, and he said, well, what I could do is I can take these violations and give you 2 parking tickets. Is that okay? I said, I'm not here to fight parking tickets. I'm here to fight what's on that paperwork. And he's like, so you don't want the parking tickets? I was like, no. He said, okay, you can go into the courtroom. I said, okay. I said, but before I leave, ADA, did you take a look at paragraph 7? He's like, what? He said, let me go see. And he said, he looked at it. He said, okay, what does this mean? I said, that's the FARA that I'm requesting the statement to be provided in the courtroom. He's like, yeah, what are you getting at? I said, FARA. You do know what FARA is, right? He's like, what are you getting at? I said, I just want to make sure you and whoever else has a hand in this case provide their FARA statement. You have to be registered. He kept saying, what are you getting at? I said, you do work for the bar, right? I mean, you do work for a foreign entity, right? And he said, no. I said, yeah, you do. He's like, no, I don't. I said, yeah, you do. He said, no, I don't. I said, you are a bar attorney, correct? He's like, yeah. I said, you do know what bar stands for, correct? He's like, what are you getting at? And I just had to giggle because, like you said earlier, you can't go in there with fear. So I go in there laughing because they think I don't know. I went to school for law for 3 years before I dropped out because I started learning this way. And when I was asking my judges questions, they didn't answer me, so I had to drop out. So these people don't know I have 3 years of their knowledge in my knowledge.
Damn.
But I use this knowledge against you because
You already know.
my morality I can't see taking people money, and my allegiance is to the state, the court, and then to my client. That's like, come on, man. What is you doing here? So I had to leave out and went into film school after that because I was like, man, I can't do this. So I told the ADA, I'm like, hey, so you want to act like you don't work for the British Accredited Registry? You did take the bar, right? He's like, yeah, but I don't work for it. I said, okay, I'll just see you in court then. So now, I go in front of the courtroom because I want them to see me.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because I'm not afraid to go into their courts. I know a lot of people say don't go in their courts and all of that, but if you stay on your square and you know the knowledge, what are you feared of? Just like they say, if you have a bunch of guns with bullets in there, how are you scared to fight? Go into a gunfight? Only if you have a knife, you can't fight a gun knife. I mean, a gunfight because you only got a knife. You ain't shooting. I got bullets galore. I got color of law to fight against with me. I got the 611 to fight with me. And I said, and I told them, hey, and don't forget, I know that you have a Duns and Bradstreet number as well for this courtroom. And I left out. So now they thinking like, damn, he know a lot. Yeah, I do. So now they go into the courtroom. He go in and talk to the clerk. And whatever happened, when the judge calls me, he said, Mr. Harris, you ready? Say, yep. So we go up to the thing, podium, do all of this stuff, whatever, all of that. He asked the guy, he asked the ADA, hey, is your witness here? No, they're not here, Judge. He's like, why? The officer said she was in training. He was like, at this late hour? Because they hold court from 5 to 8. So he's like, at this late hour? He's like, yeah. Yeah, right. She in training at this. I know you seen all of that stuff, all of that fire I had, and you didn't want this smoke. That's what you did.
Smoke to
So
dismiss.
yeah, so the judge said, well, if your witness not here, he said, but I would like to have an adjournment date if that's possible. I said, Judge, that's not what we agreed upon last time. You
Yes,
said
sir. See?
you said if the officer is not here, case dismissed. He said, I
Yes.
did say that, Mr. Harris. He said, ADA, if your witness not here, case dismissed. I
See,
said,
like,
thank you.
wait, can I interject, brother? I'm
Yeah, go
sorry,
ahead,
man.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Because that's what happened with my case, bro. Like, I had a jury trial scheduled for February 13th.
Mm-hmm.
I had a
Mm-hmm.
February.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to call me back after that date, anyways. Where he go? Did he got kicked off?
Or his phone probably died again.
Or maybe he got a
Oh,
call. Yeah, if
All
somebody
that
gets a
too.
call, it'll look like a little coffee mug. But you're
oh,
like,
okay.
you're in college.
Lee,
Like
thank you. I consider myself still high school because I still got a lot of battles to fight. I got 2 more court dates coming up for next month because of traffic. Everything is always traffic. I don't never do nothing, but I'm a fight for my rights. So every time I go into court, they once you see an affidavit that's given by somebody, the normal people do not submit affidavits. So if you submit an
Right.
affidavit, y'all should know that this person either knows something or connected to somebody that knows something. So
For real.
But
obviously,
the thing is, John, what they do is they think that you just watching YouTube videos, and
exactly.
they don't think you're gonna follow through with it.
And that's why I come dressed like I do, to intimidate them, to let them know
Mhm.
who I am.
Right.
Because I go in there every time, and I come and the officers, like, some people, some people come in there with a ball cap, and they be like, you gotta take your hat off, and then people be looking at me like, well, why you ain't tell him my hat is not a hat, it's a religious it's a religious headgear. It's not a hat. And
We need to look
so,
up. We need to look up the legal definition of a hat. You know what I mean? And not think about it like it's a baseball cap.
yeah, well, any baseball cap is a hat because it
True.
holds no religious belief.
Right. You're
So
shielding God.
therefore, that right there, that's why they can tell you to take off your ball cap. But if you got a like if a Jewish person come in with his
Hanukkah
with the
or
PG,
whatever they
yeah,
call it.
Amaka, yeah, you can't tell him, or an Indian or a
But
Muslim
that's
come
why
in with, they say you can't tell religious headgear
Turban.
to be taken off. You just
Even
can't.
right.
natives,
But like here's the
they
thing
can't
though,
tell them
right?
to take off their feathers if they have a
Yeah,
feather
them
headgear.
too. Yeah,
But the
them
thing
too.
is
Yeah.
though, fellas, hold on. Like that's why like the old judges used to wear wigs. It was to shield their head.
Yes, correct. And their identity too.
That's why you used
That's
to wear
funny.
wigs. A wig was
That's
a hat.
funny.
And they used to go back and change their wigs when they was changing their hat.
well, I think it's also because they're so delusional that they were wearing wigs like that also to hide from the evil, to change what they look like so that
They were
the,
shielding themselves. They were
yes,
shielding themselves from God.
It's all
Well,
yes.
we live in a
ritualistic.
godless society now, so we don't have to do that no more. Think about when
That's
you turn on the TV. Everything's about shaking ass. I just watched a music video of young black teenagers.
Uh
Well, they
huh.
might not be teenagers no more. It's NLE and Sexy Red. And
no, that
Oh
girl
my
they talk
bad.
God.
about call me a slut.
Oh, that
And it's
girl
two
bad.
young children talking about call me a slut. And like I
Yeah,
can
they
only
so stupid.
I
dog. I'm
mean, you
sorry. I don't
could.
mean to be yelling, but
On
I
my
can only
side.
get this passionate when I'm this old and I've been through life.
On
Like
my side.
because if I was young, I'd probably be like, yeah, call me a slut. But
I
when you
got
get to a
daughters,
certain
so
You
age,
I
got
feel that.
people.
I feel that. I have daughters, and just the stuff
exactly,
Uh-huh.
that they
man,
perpetuate on
exactly,
the TV and to the kids is just crazy.
This
crazy.
mug.
Especially from
We
when I
live
was
in
growing up. When
Satan's
I was growing
society
up,
right now.
when I
If
was
you
growing
ever,
up,
Right.
you had to sit like a lady, and you had to dress for non crazy or whatever. Like the way I grew up and stuff like that. Like the way that these kids are growing up now, where they can just show some of their stomach and stuff like that. Like it's just wild, dude.
I mean, to me, the flesh is of God, so like we cover it just so we can shield ourselves from the satanic thoughts, right? Because I don't know if you ever heard of like Jacques Fresco, right? He came up with the Zeitgeist movement. You ever heard of that guy?
Yeah.
So he talked about how he went to this remote island somewhere, like uncharted, and it was a bunch of natives living there, and the women walked around. Everyone walked around naked. And nobody
Yeah,
was like, "Hey, check that out over there. Ooh, look at that ass. Oh,
it's just
oh,
normal.
yeah. Mm.
It's
Right? That's
normal.
all. That all comes from Satan's society, bro. Satan's society. If you think about how we was raised with these music videos, right? The magazines, the
Well,
all.
they're sexualizing everything because I'm going to go back to what you said about like these girls that are wearing like crop tops and stuff like that. I
Yeah,
feel like we should be able to express ourselves any way that we want to. Now, if the other person is lustful or has a Jezebel spirit about them, that's on them. I didn't
yeah,
show
but
my
technically
I
though, even with the old, like for example, in the Muslim community, the hijab is to keep the women from tempting the gods, is what they call it. Technically tempting the angels,
Well,
but
so
like the reason why was because back in history, the women tempted angels, and then the angels made women made picked as many women as they could and made them wives.
so like you use the word tempt, right? So like here's the thing, right? Lee and Moon, right? So I just said like this remote island, people walked around naked, butt ass naked, butt
How it
booty.
should be, man.
Hold on now, hold on,
How it
butt
should be.
naked. Right. So like I don't care if you wear a crop top or anything. I haven't seen you butt naked, and it don't matter,
I know, right?
right? So like if you live in a God's in I don't like using the word God, man, the Creator society where everything is pure. I don't know how to say it, how to say it. But if you live in the society we live in,
Natural.
where
They're
every time
remote
you
though.
turn on the TV, it's about you got to put on makeup. Oh, guys, you got to go work out. Oh, you got to go take blue chew, right? This is the society we live in.
Sexualization, and just like Lee was saying, it is sexualization, but like at the same time, like you can't tempt, like just like men, they must be able to they must be able to keep their thoughts and their refrain from their thoughts or their desires. So like she was saying, if some dude's lustful and he has that on him, that is on him because he's not keeping that at bay. But it also doesn't help if the women of the society are tempting them, because then they're just as it's
So,
just
like, here's the thing:
it goes
we're
hand
not
in
going to
hand
point
basically.
fingers because those women that are tempting the men and probably done been through worse than you done been through, bro.
True.
And I speak to plenty of women, right, coming up in their childhood that they've been experienced trauma, bro, and they trying to still deal with it to this day. To this day, I'm just saying, you don't know what the next man or woman has been through, bro. Like, here's the thing, though. But we're living in a godless society,
Yeah, we are.
so
We gotta
we're gonna go through all of this shit. We're
we
gonna go
gotta
through all of
admit,
this, bro. Like,
but we need to admit that in this society today that they're gearing for more sex and more um abomination, I guess if people want to use that word.
Degeneracy.
But yeah, intimacy, yeah. Um
Degeneracy.
because today, everybody is doing something for attention. Because like this platform, we have what, seven of us in here, and almost 100 people listening. Now, in this, we should all be in 200,000 followers. Now, my other page is in 120, um, but if we was all dancing and doing tutorials for the stuff that's helping,
Yeah, for real though.
we would be in the 300,000s, and I was just telling somebody this. I was like, that's how you know where they guide in people's spirits to. They want you. Everybody want to be a TikToker or a social media influencer, but why are you actually
and
influenced
everybody
by
can be though.
dancing? But you not influenced me by dancing or putting on, well, of course, me not makeup or hair, but by me seeing you dance, I just be scrolling right past you because you an influencer by dancing. You
Yeah, but,
you're not doing nothing. And just
let
like
me
this
speak on
guy,
it.
oh,
Let me
hold on,
speak on
hold on,
that.
hold on for 1 second. Just like this
Go
guy
ahead, go
had
ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
said,
Go ahead, go ahead. I'm
no,
sorry.
that's okay. He said, just like this guy said, he has a big social media following too. He said in China, the TikTokers, when they pushing somebody, not one Chinese person has millions of followers if they are dancers.
Truth.
But Americans, if y'all want to dance, we're gonna push you. But the Chinese people have to be more, or I'm gonna say the Asian or Oriental people have to be more guided to knowledge and teachings of
Yeah, they're more about
something
the
that's
academics.
something that's that's has a purpose, and then that's how they over there get pushed to be a big content creator. But over here they do it opposite, and we don't see that. But us right
Right.
here, we are trying to teach each other and whoever else is listening how to be free from this system that has abundant and enslaved our ancestors for many
Let me put
generations.
let me put
And
this
this is
past
what
y'all. Let me
these
put this past
people are
y'all.
doing.
Hold on. Let me put this past. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna get back to you,
Go
man.
ahead,
I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
go
I
ahead.
don't mean to cut you off.
No,
I
I'm
don't
done.
mean to
I'm
get
done.
all
Go ahead.
Kanye, but like I got to get this out before I forget it, right?
I know, right? I
Think
know
about
that.
it, right? How many other countries? How many other countries got TikTok? All of them do.
All of them.
Why is America the only one they trying to ban?
Yeah, I know. That is
We
true.
come together like this in
Why?
a right form.
Because the world currency is backed by the dollar, and who backs the dollar? Us.
They also don't want truth getting pushed out. We can all come
Because
together.
we are the currency, bro. We are the currency of the world right now.
Always have been.
They traded oil in U.S. dollars, bro. Oh, let me stop. Let me change the subject because they might. Oh man, they might cut this off of that one. Who's the credit of the world? Us, bro.
Yeah.
We are the credit of the world right now. They trading oil in us. Us.
Hey, let me add one thing on top of what you're saying now. Now, like I told you, I was in law school for 3 years. So I asked one of my judge professors. We was talking about the nation's debt. I said, "Who is the nation in debt with?" He said, "The world." I said, "Well, who is the world? Because if we owe China money, why they not trying to get it? Because when we in debt with them, they trying to get it immediately. So if they trying to get it immediately with us, why they not paying them so it can be a set off?" He's like, well, blah, 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 the national debt. I said, can I ask you one question, Professor? I said, isn't the national debt with the people? Isn't that what NASDAQ and the S&P stand for? Because the nation's debt is the debt that the money that they took the gold from our ancestors and promised us no debt, publicly or privately. He's like, I don't know where you got that from. That right there, that was check number 2, I think that I had. I said, if one of these professors give me 3 checks, I'm done. I'm gonna finish out that semester and I'm done. And they gave me 3 checks because they didn't never want to answer. And then when I asked him about color of law, he definitely went off the range where they didn't want to answer that at all.
Well,
And
there was a couple people that came together that was trying to use negotiable instruments to actually bring down the debt to zero
mm-hmm.
because we can do that, and they
What?
denied it. They
Patrick
Of course
denied
they
it.
Stein
would.
tried
Why?
that.
But why did they? Because debt is money in this society.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Yep, debt is how you create money.
yeah.
Like today, one of my followers is in Georgia, and I just went and met up with him. We had lunch and a couple of drinks. That's why I'm kind of a little lit right now, guys. I'm sorry.
Hey, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, but thank you. But like we was there and we was building, man. And he just texted me, man, great bonding today because how many times do you come across somebody that's around you in your physical, man? I got to keep going live to be around y'all, man. I feel like I know y'all like we in high school for real.
Yeah, I know,
You
right?
know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Hey,
very hard to find people in
I'm
my
moving
state as
down to
well.
Atlanta, bruh. I'm moving down to Atlanta, so we'll be closer.
Come on with it.
Man, I am. I'm making that move down there at the end of the summer.
Look, I'm trying to get bonds back. I'm trying to get auto loans back. I'm trying to get all back. I'm trying to get everything that's due to me, just so I can live free and we could do this full time, people.
I'm in Colorado, and it's hard to find people that are in the same thing.
I
They
know it
out there,
is.
bro. They out there. You better believe they out there. They in every state. There is at least a state assembly in
Yeah,
every
I know
state.
about the state assemblies, but like I said, like we were saying earlier, like a lot of them went back to the politics. So some of them
Yeah.
even call you frivolous if you start talking about state nationality and all this other stuff, or they try to they implanted people to where they try to tell us that we're frivolous claim people.
Well, I will say this, that there are more of us than we actually think.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
I went into Bank of America the other day and I was having something notarized, and the lady was like, "Well, she's booked all day. You know, you can make an appointment." Now, mind you, she didn't have anybody sitting at her desk, so no, she wasn't. I could have totally slipped over at her desk, her notarized my stuff and been done with it, but the lady said, "Hey, can I see your stuff?" And it was the declaration and decree. And she went over to the notary girl, and then the notary girl, her name is Zena, and Zena was like, "Oh, we got one of these Monday." She was like, "No, I can't do that." And I was like, "Oh, so there was another
That
person that
fall would
came
have
in."
been a good TikTok fall.
Mhm.
You're right.
Mhm.
So
So there are more of us
they're
than you
trying
think.
they're trying to stop us. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put the professionals on notice and tell them, "Oh no, to reject everything, reject everything."
Hey,
Hmm.
hey, y'all ever notice how these Democrats only come to the black neighborhoods for their votes when it's time to do voting?
Joe Biden already said what it was if you don't vote for him. So I mean, you know what the
Right.
Democrats are on.
I just seen Kamala, whatever her damn name is. I hate that she's a Harris. She ain't no relation.
Ah, fuck
No.
right. Yeah, excuse my language.
Hey, I claim all Harrises except for her.
Right.
But she was with Fat Joe trying to pump up all of this stuff, and he was saying some other stuff. She's like, "Well, we're not here for that video. We here to talk about what we doing about freeing prisoners that had marijuana charges on them for smoking, and they might be in jail. So
You
they're
know how much of a
Joe Biden
contradiction
and
that is.
her,
Also,
huh?
prisoners that she put in there.
Yeah,
She's
she
trying to get them
did
out.
all that.
Yeah,
She gave
Exactly.
harsher
Now she's trying
charges
to
for
get the
people that
people out that she
did
exactly.
put in there.
anything.
That's bullshit, bro. Excuse my
Exactly.
language. Sorry, guys.
She only do stuff when it's time. I ain't never seen her. Shoot. Actually, the whole 3-4 years, I never even seen her before.
She was
You know,
she's got a record
Never.
during
for
during
putting
this
She
people
was
attitude
on
behind the
era.
scenes locking
harsher
people up,
charges,
bro. She
locking
I
was
wish
people
I
up.
behind the
was.
scenes locking people up. That's where she was. And now she's the vice president. Fuck
But
out.
that's called a victim and then a hero complex. So she tries to do all this stuff, then claims victim, like, "Oh, I didn't know," but then all
Just
of a sudden
like
she'll
Trump.
become a hero.
She also went on the Breakfast Club talking about
Yeah.
she smoked weed and inhaled.
Right. So here's the thing, right? Y'all remember how they did Sarah Palin, right? Y'all remember how they did Sarah Palin?
Yeah, they
Now,
did
does
it dirty.
Kamala Harris seem any like? I'm not trying to sit on the women, but like, does Kamala Harris seem any smarter than Sarah Palin did? Because when
No,
she's asked the question, all she does is laugh it off, that goofy ass laugh.
Yep.
no. I
But
think
is the media attacking her? No, because the media is owned by. No, I'm not trying to like. Hold on, man. I don't want to
They
kick
only attacked
myself a
Sarah though
block.
because she was sexualized. Once she was sexualized, that became a controversy to attack. They won't attack Kamala for putting people in prison for harsh or less harsh charges, or giving them harsh charges because that she was doing her job.
Well, I mean, because I mean, the I don't even care. Like, I think the like Fox News and the quote unquote right side news is still owned by the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? It's
right.
all
Hey,
But
by
this
look,
guy's in
Mr.
here.
Difficult, you know what I've been doing? I've been going underneath their platforms now and educating people, telling people to look up 31 USC 3123, telling people,
that must be
like
frustrating.
Well, I went up underneath even Joe Rogan, that one video that he did with Kat, and I went underneath there and started telling people, look up this person, look up the, this is this, and you actually have an inheritance, and like I'm like, okay, I'm going to use your platform, and because I know people will go to that platform and scroll through the comments, hopefully to wake people up,
Right? Hey,
pull
look
some more
now,
people
like
into
that kind of
kindergarten.
activity. I think we all on the watch list though.
That's all right.
Yo, Joe, what's up, Joe?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Look, Joe, like Joe is
Say that
not
again.
in
Oh,
school.
Joe
Joe
is in
got a.
here.
I would say Joe got a doctorate because hey, Joe, we were talking about just like how you can grade people's level in their journey, right? So you know, we all say that we are at least you know like late elementary or in high school. Maybe middle school. I don't know. I think I'm in middle school. I'm still in middle school, but like everybody that knows Joe knows Joe. He got he got pretty much a doctorate, right?
Oh yeah, he's a doctor for sure.
What would you say, Joe? You doctorate level or you just got bachelor's?
Oh man, no, come on, don't.
Come on, man. Like everybody in this live loves you, right? I know it's a lot to deal with. It's a
Joe
lot,
is too humble.
Yeah,
Joe
he's
is
too
right?
freaking
No, but
modest.
like
amazing.
Joe is
that's a
too
good
humble for
sign.
sure.
That's a good sign. But we all love you, Joe, and we
He,
all think that you're a
I,
graduate. But
you a
how would
PhD,
you rate
Joe?
yourself?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just having fun, Like, all right, so today I'll tell you an example. Let me see if I can pull. I can, I can't pull it up, but I will read it to you. I wrote. So what happened? There's a woman. She's going to court. This is why I can't show you because it has like her private info in there. But she did a motion for discovery, and the attorneys brought back their response to that, and most of it was just saying that it was all frivolous. So I'm going to tell you. So this was she did a motion for discovery. I mean, I wrote it, okay. And what we did was say, please provide a detailed accounting of both sides of the ledger and the original hospital application. This is a hospital bill, including SEC forms, right, which are essential for confirming the terms and conditions agreed upon at the start of the contract. So that's what I wrote. Their response was plaintiff objects to this request as overly broad, unduly burdensome, irrelevant, and not likely to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. Plaintiff further objects as vague and ambiguous so as the terms of both sides of the ledger and hospital application, right? So I said, in return, I said, objection. Plaintiff is selling securities on sec.gov. See, and then I put in the link to where they're selling their securities. It's a Mobley Hospital Company, LLC. Address, their EIN number. I said, as a law firm, you should be more competent than me at being able to find this information. Your claim to this being irrelevant and unduly burdensome has proven to be false. Right? That's the first one. So, I mean, we're gonna go through all of these. This is hilarious.
You got
Well,
him.
keep going, Joe. We need to hear this. We need to hear this.
So then I said, so remember, this is their response to what the motion for discovery I wrote. I said, all right. It says evidence substantiating the indebtedness. They actually attached something that I didn't look at it, but so I just ignored that one. Comprehensive disclosure of the alleged debt as mandated by a contract law. They said they object to this because it's irrelevant and not calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. So I said, objection. Every civil case must have a duly signed contract in order for the case to be valid. And then I quote something from a case law. It's H. Leaves and Co. versus Klonigenberg, if I said any of that right. And the quote goes, it is agreement creating obligation in which there must be competent parties, subject matter, legal consideration, mutuality of agreement, and mutuality of obligation. An agreement must not be so vague or uncertain that terms are not ascertainable. So
And
that
those
right,
aren't your words, too, Joe. Those are their words, aren't they?
that's theirs. I
Yes,
I,
sir.
I just quote the case law.
Yes,
Then I
sir. The holding.
so they basically they objected to everything in the motion for discovery, right? And I rebutted every one of their objections by objecting back, right? I said I asked for the detailed finance statement of the alleged debt, including the entire payment history from the original creditor or service provider. This should encompass any propositions of settlement, regardless of their acceptance, aimed at resolving the alleged debt. Okay, remember, always call it alleged. Okay, always.
This is why you're a doctor.
Man,
Doctorate, come on, man.
not dude. Look, guys, if you just have fun doing this, right, and challenge yourself on these things, you like, be up for the challenge. Be up for that. Like, I'm gonna
Are
do
you
this.
kidding, Joe? I'm having fun listening to you talk about it, bro. Keep going.
For real though.
So they go, okay, we object to this request as it is irrelevant, not calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. Right? You see, they keep repeating that. This is irrelevant. I said, I'm asking them to prove a debt here as well as any payments that have occurred for this account. This is a very basic and simple request. And it's completely irrelevant as it would validate whether or not there is a debt to be collected. You can't prove a debt now? Okay, thanks. Then I said the initial application form in its entirety for examination to confirm it is not being converted into a financial security as to ascertain whether interest is accruing from such a security. They basically said the same thing. This is irrelevant. So I said, objection, plaintiff is selling securities on sec.gov. See, attached link, right? And then it lists out all their information on sec.gov showing that they are selling.
Was this a Zoom call?
No. Here, I'll pull up the document. Let me see if I can turn my camera on real quick.
Come on with it, Joe. Come on with it, Joe.
I will
hey, look,
show you guys.
We all getting extra credit tonight.
Doctor.
So since her information's not on here, this is fine. I'll show you. So this is what I wrote in the original thing. This is the plaintiff's response, and then this is the new response I'm adding on there. I said, look, plaintiff is selling securities on sec.gov. See the Moberly Hospital EIN number. As a law firm, you should be more competent than me at being able to find this information. Right? Your claim that this is irrelevant is unduly burdensome has been proven to be false. Like, how in the world are you guys saying that this is burdensome to go find? I found it. You guys have the law degree. Aren't you guys specially trained on how to do this stuff? What's the matter with you?
Get him.
Wow.
So documentary proof of the debt's acquisition from the original creditor. Not applicable as plaintiff is the original creditor. Are you going to like this one? I said, objection. You're making a claim. The court is not a religious court and does not operate off of beliefs. You must prove that the plaintiff is the original creditor and to show where the original funds came from. The bank account the funds were first drawn from and which account they were deposited into as evidence that they are the original creditor. Otherwise, it is merely a claim without evidence to back it up. Rule 12.6b.
Hearsay.
Okay.
Get him.
So,
listen, Joe, that wasn't the first time you used that belief line, too.
No, I used it in my own appeal.
Because you showed me that one time, man. I don't even remember that.
I love that one. That's like one of my favorites. I use that sometimes. I'm like, this must be a religious court because they operate off of beliefs.
And they don't want that, do they?
No, they don't want that. They don't like that one. They hate when you say stuff like that.
Joe, that's strong arm. That's strong arm, bro. Salute. That is strong arm.
All right, here's another one. It says, evidence of the original contract signed in blue ink between your company and myself. And they call this overly broad. I don't know. That's pretty specific. Okay. Unduly burdensome, irrelevant, and not calculated to lead to discovery of admissible evidence.
Oh, we can't railroad him.
Yeah, then I go back to this. Every civil case must have a duly signed contract in order for the case to be valid. It is, and then I go over that same case law again. Since they're going to do all this copy and paste, why not me?
Yes.
All right. Oh, you guys want to play the copy and paste game? I can play that game too. Oh, you should see
Better
the
than
other
you.
Anything
you could do, I could do better.
I can copy and paste harder. The hard way. There you go.
Right, yeah. That's going on the post tomorrow. Thank you, brother.
You gotta get that guy with the deep voice and be like, the hard way.
The one, have you seen the
Yes, he
trailers?
did it.
The
What's that?
trailers, they call it honest trailers. Have you seen honest trailers on YouTube?
Yes. Oh my god, I love those.
So I was talking to the people, right, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna see if I can start a hardware convention of just going around, having a tour around America, just joining everybody like us." Like, cause I remember I was on your live last night, and you was giddy, bro, because you was like, "Man, I love this.
Oh,
We're all
dude, I was
coming
so giddy
together."
last night. I was so excited. Everybody's so pumped, and everyone's like, "Yes, we're free. We're gonna be more free. We're fighting for our freedom." I want to cry. You don't even know how long I've been
Yes,
wanting to see this happen, and it's
yes.
happening. I'm just so I.
Because you said you started in 1999, right, Joe?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. That's
So
when I got
you've
started in
been
this
treading
mess.
through the water, man. Like, hey, man, that's why you the doctorate.
It's like it's slowly drying concrete. That's what I felt like.
Mm-hmm.
Like check this one out. I wrote this one. Evidence of this. I asked them for evidence of my consent to access my credit report without my written authorization.
Mm.
That's a good one. And it says response plaintiff does not possess documentation responsive to this request. Okay, cool. Well, guess
Oh,
what?
well, yeah, you just submitted it.
Objection. So, by Rule 8, you have admitted that the plaintiff does not have the authority to access my credit and does not have my written authority authorization to do so, which is a violation of 5 U.S. Code 552A D1. Okay, now you will need to provide clear and verifiable evidence that you have not accessed my credit and private information without my written consent. Otherwise, you're in direct violation of federal code and have admitted it by your refusal. Rule 8.
Mm.
They just admitted to breaking federal law.
I just said it. Yeah,
They admitted to it.
they admitted to it.
They just admitted to it.
Hey, y'all should have just packed up and left after that.
This I just made this document today. All right, this is just a rebuttal back to all the things. And then they do. Oh, plaintiff is the original creditor. I said proof of authorization from the original creditor to transfer my account. Not applicable. Not applicable. If you're original creditor, show it.
Yeah.
So, oh, you're making a claim. The court is not a religious court. There we go. Copy and paste again. The court is not a religious court and does not operate off of beliefs. You must prove. I love this. Where is this? Did we do
It
these?
does not operate on belief.
What's up, guys?
You know,
They're not. The dealership is not the original creditor by any means.
this
They're
is a
the-
hospital.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
'Cause he's
hospital?
going through some
My bad,
sauce
my
right
bad.
now. He's going through some sauce right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, McReal. Let Joe
You're
finish.
good. You're good. My bad.
Okay, here. I'm gonna try to. Okay, it's not gonna let me go any further down because then it has all the names. But this is confirmation that an offer of settlement does not equate to a resolution of the debt when such an offer is unjustifiably rejected. Okay, plaintiff objects to this request as it seeks a legal conclusion. Now, this is what I said. Objection. This is res judicata.
No, you brought that up last night.
That's right. The
Hey,
purpose. This purpose of
They
this
don't
was
know
to
what they don't know what res judicata means. Go ahead and
res
tell them.
judicata is a thing adjudged that something's already been determined.
It's been established.
It's been established. They want me to. They're looking for me to. They're saying, "Oh, I'm looking for a legal conclusion." Dude, it's already a legal conclusion. I wrote this in here. I said the purpose of this was to ensure that the plaintiff is aware and honors the UCCs and case law regarding contracts and payments. The offer of performance, not the performance itself, and when unjustifiably refused, places other party in default and permits party making tender to exercise remedies for breach of contract. Walker versus Houston. Everyone keep that one in mind. That's it right there, and it's echoed in UCC 3-603 tender payment. All right. So there
Plus,
you
they
have it.
haven't shown any types of debt, which
Let me drop you with this, and I'm out of here. Hold on a second.
All right.
All right, check it out. Let's do some simple math, guys. If 0.10 times 0.10 equals 0.01, which is 10 cents times 10 cents equals what? $1. Okay. Okay. Now let's go to what equals 1 cent. If 1 cent equals 0.01, then Well, how much is $1 worth?
Hold on, man. We high schoolers here. You gotta break that down like line by line now.
All right, check it out.
I was like, hold on. I was looking for my
Some of you know what I said, and some of you are gonna know what to do with it. I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
Nah, come on, tell us. Please. Come on,
I'm gonna
man.
go in on I'm gonna be on live about 7 p.m. Central. But I just look, I like what you guys do. Some of the stuff I don't agree with, but most of it I do. So I'm just gonna give you a jewel. Okay, 10 cents. 10 cents times 10 cents equals $1. You know, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. All right.
Right? 10 times
Everybody
10 is 100,
agrees. All
right?
right. That number is provided to you equals to 0.01 percent or 01 point or sorry 0.01. Sorry. And if you go look at the amount of 1 cent, it's going to show you equivalent 0.01. So the question remains is how much is your dollar, right? 1 cent. 1 cent equals $1. Now I'm out of here.
All right, wait, hold on. So like I'm gonna post this on the live and I'm gonna break out the calculator and
Bro, I love
listen,
y'all, man. I love
man,
y'all,
like,
man.
we ain't ready for all that math, brother.
Look, I woke up this morning. Listen, I wake up every morning, and I tell the ancestors to give me wisdom. You know, I'm the greatest. I'll say, look, I don't care what y'all think of me. I'm the greatest. I give me wisdom to see and make this shit simple for me to teach it. All right, this is me telling you the simplest way. If you multiply 0.10 times 0.10, you're going to get an answer. And then you're going to look up how much the equivalent is 1 cent. And you're going to see that they are exactly the fucking same. And I'm out.
Hey, that reminds me.
McReal's a high schooler because he swears.
Yeah, man, you know, freedom of speech, bro.
What's up, McReal? What's going on, dude? What's up, Derek?
What's up, man? I've been having fun with dealerships lately. I'm in a big city, so I get to play around. And I went to a bunch of dealerships the other day and got a bunch of credit applications. And there's one credit application in particular that is absolutely amazing. And at the bottom of it, it says exactly how much credit one is applying for. It's the only credit application I've ever seen that actually has a figure on the bottom of it, as opposed to a blank credit application that just says you're applying for credit.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I was.
That just substantiates right there. They're taking your social and getting the credit from it, and everything's prepaid.
Well, that's why I was telling everybody in my live the other day. It was like, I don't know, it was like 3 a.m. I got on live, and I told everybody, I said, go out there and get yourself 3 applications from an automobile dealership, 3 credit apps, and ask them for their contract and their retail installment agreement, and just see the reaction you get. When you walk in there and ask these questions, they all act like they've never sold a car in their life before. They all act like they have no idea what you're talking about. Like, do you want to look at a car? And I'm like, no, I don't want to look at a car. I want a retail installment agreement and the credit application. I want the contract. And they're like, oh, well, we'd have to go talk to somebody. Well, go talk to somebody then. Hurry up.
Right. So here's the thing, man. Like, if you could approach that, like, you know, clandestinely and be like, hey, man, you go test drive a car, you talk about the cars, and like, okay, well, why don't you just give me the applications? I'll fill it out, run it by my lawyer, and I'll bring it back to you.
Well, that's just it. I ran into the Cadillac dealership the other day.
You gotta have that veil, just like they got that veil, bro. You know what I mean?
I ran into that Cadillac dealership the other day, and guy, he says, you want the what now? He goes, I know what a credit application is, but what's the other thing you're looking for? And I started laughing. I was like, this guy can't be for real. So I explained to him what I wanted. I said, you know that thing when we sit down, you go back and forth 15 minutes, back and forth behind closed doors, acting like you're trying to negotiate me a good deal with a finance manager? Oh, okay, that piece of paper. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, he says. I said, yeah. He goes, well, why would you want that? I said, well, if you actually read those documents, They're legally binding documents with legal consequences. My question is, why wouldn't you read them? He goes, well, I've been selling cars for 18 years. He says, I don't think I've ever even read one. That's just like, man, people are fucking dumb. People are fucking dumb.
They'll tell you if you ask them the right questions. They'll expose themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So anyway, but my whole thing was I got some kick-ass credit applications. One in particular has 3 carbon copies, and it specifically lists the amount of credit you seek to have extended. So that's what's going to the banks, and then the underwriter obviously is taking it, and they can't deny you an extension of your credit. And the other thing people need to start asking for is for consumer credit applications. Because if you just ask for a credit application, they're going to presume and assume that you're engaged in commercial credit transactions. And we all know the definition for an individual is a person, an entity, an LLC, a joint business venture, right? Start asking for consumer credit applications. You're looking to do a consumer credit transaction.
Interesting.
I learned that in the Bill of Exchange Act of 1881 as amended in 1882. They separated in Chapter 5. They tell you there's a difference between commercial credit transaction and a consumer credit transaction.
My next goal is to draft up a conditional acceptance to my financing bank for my car.
Well, in a consumer credit transaction, the document must explicitly say that your intent is to engage in a consumer credit transaction. So when's the last time you wrote on the document that your intent was a consumer credit transaction?
When the last time I ever wrote on a document? You know what I mean?
Oh, I write all over them. I doodle on them like I'm a kindergartner.
Oh, I will now. Now that I know.
I communicate in hieroglyphics and all that shit. Just like they use symbolism, I use symbolism. They got that peso
This is exactly
symbol.
what Randolph. This is what Randolph James said. This is why they want to close down TikTok. Too much knowledge on here being given.
Absolutely.
And now they're trying to tell everybody that they don't want to give you a paper document to sign. And the reason for that is that you can't alter it. So you always want paper. You're going to tell them that you have an American disability. Or you have a disability under the American Disabilities Act. They have to print you a copy, print you something that you can sign.
Yeah.
So, you know, and they're choking on that one with me too. It's funny. They'll eventually do it, but you got to be stern and firm.
Bro,
Hey, this is my first time getting to speak to you, Derek, but we follow each other. So I just wanted to say, what's up, man? Good work, man.
Right. So Derek, like, I don't know if you follow my channel, but I put a video up of me going to, like, I have a camera that I come into and I can record clandestinely, right? So I went into the DMV and I tried to get my UCC 1-308 driver's license. So I'm asking them for the paper application. Oh, well, we don't do that no more. We do, and we don't do that no more. And I said, y'all don't do that no more? No, we don't do that no more. I said, well, I mean, I really need to. And she goes, we reserve that for the elderly. And then I was like, wait, hold on a minute. I thought you said you didn't do that no more. I thought you said you don't do that no more, but now you do it for the elderly? I say,
and who qualifies as an elderly? I'm just curious. Who makes the determination whether or not I'm elderly?
And who makes the determination I'm elderly and I'm incapable?
That's discrimination.
But purely capable, you know? And I might need to drive to make
in my state, the vital statistics won't issue long form birth certificates anymore.
Not too long ago, I tried to get me a spot in the nursing home. They told me I was too young. That pissed me off.
Hey, but
why
Derek,
they won't do the birth certificate?
Speak that law again, because I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the DMV and I'm gonna hit him with that law.
So
that's the American Disabilities Act. Under the American Disabilities Act, they got to bend over backwards to cater to you. If you tell them, "Hey, I need a print paper form," and then here's the other one I use. Believe it or not, I use the First Amendment, freedom of religion. It's against my religion to integrate with anything. So how do they do business with the Amish? When the Amish don't use cell phones and the Amish don't use computers, how do the Amish have brand new cars?
Exactly.
How do the Mennonites have brand new cars? They're not allowed to use computers. It's against their religion.
Right. No magic.
And
To
and
answer
and
the
they
question about the birth certificate in my state, I'm in Colorado, and as of 2017, I believe they stopped issuing long forms.
Smack you.
You just have to push the issue in Colorado. My daughter was born in Colorado, and I can still get the long form there. You just have to push the issue. They're always going to tell you their policy is not to do that anymore. I don't give a
Yep,
shit about
that's
your
what they told me.
policy. What's the law?
You know what they told me, Derek? They was like, you got to sign your name like it's stated on your birth certificate.
Well, that's giving me legal advice. So if you're going to give me legal advice on how I have to endorse things, you carry the primary active degree of fault for any harm, damage, or loss I may incur due to your legal advice. So just sign a piece of paper saying that I have to sign a certain way, and I'd be more than happy to do that. But put your money where your mouth is. It's real simple.
And it's the whole thing of, are you not accepting my form as a clerk? You got to accept my form.
Yeah, their job is not to make legal determinations, but rather to record the record.
I think for my state, it's only if you go into the offices. I think if I were to go online and just order one, they would send me one. But I haven't really went down that route yet. So I want them to give it to me in person.
You know what I found out, guys? You don't go in there. You don't go in there and sign their form in order to get the license that you want. You send it to them by way of affidavit.
I don't know. I didn't.
You
I
send
can't.
it
I
to
can't.
them
Hold
by
on.
affidavit through the mail. Can everybody mute because we get a lot of sick people on.
Hey y'all. Hey. I gotta leave. I just want to interrupt. I gotta leave. We have basketball AAU practice now, y'all.
Oh, okay,
I
gotcha.
gotta work with the kids now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
God
sir.
bless.
You know,
God bless.
I'm like Martin. I love the kids.
I love the kids, and I don't mean to call you a sir, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I'll be
Yeah, I know,
going
right?
live
All right,
later.
y'all. Take
I'll be
care,
going
y'all.
live later to show you guys that contract that I got with the credit application.
I'm gonna have to do that affidavit for the long form birth certificate because that's the one thing that's been holding me back since they changed that whole little thing.
What's up, Fatima? I tried to send you a because I just got the phone with her. We spoke about some things today. We should build off of that. Oh, sorry, advocate. Sorry, I didn't mean to put your real name out there. Y'all strike that from the record.
Strike again.
It was hearsay.
Church.
Right.
Technically, it's double hearsay because you only heard that was the name. So
Right. Right.
Comes the college kids.
I love it. I love it. You know, we all like as high schoolers, we always liked hanging out with the college kids, right?
For real though.
The metaphors is real.
the college
And
kids
acquire their
college
knowledge.
Say it again. Anybody got something to share? Let's not get too much dead water in here. Let's keep the water flowing. The currency.
I could show you the other thing because they sent an interrogatory. And
Do
if
it.
you guys want, I'll show you if I have
We
time.
do. We
Please,
do.
please bestow
We
upon us.
do.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can.
Upon us,
We
No,
dude.
because
want
I
that.
We got
have a
plenty of
student
time
coming
for you,
soon.
Joe.
So when my student comes, I have to hop off. But I'll show you guys. So I
Professor.
don't know. Sometimes what you do is these companies, when you do a motion for discovery, they get all pissy and they'll go do an interrogatory and make you basically admit guilt in these interrogatories.
Yeah, because you have to answer them, right?
Yeah, they tell you have to answer this. You have to answer this. Failure to timely response requests for admissions. See, they're making you admit. All right, in compliance with Rule 5901, shall result in each matter being admitted to you and not subject to further dispute. Boom. Then they
Do
go
they have any
request.
evidence that such? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
They
I'm
go
gonna.
admit that the defendant was properly served with this process in the matter. Oh, see, that's what they want to do. Were you properly served? Yes. Well, there you go. All right. Admit that
Right,
the
right.
plaintiff is a proper party and has properly brought this action. Right. Admit that the court has
So, Joe,
jurisdiction in this matter and venue is proper. Admit this, admit that. So I wrote objection to all of your requests. Alleged defendant is not obligated to self-incriminate, nor has alleged defendant waived any rights protected by the Fifth Amendment to respond to this. Non-response is not an admission of guilt, as alleged defendant has a right to remain silent. The prosecution is the party that must prove guilt. These requests are merely an attempt to get the alleged defendant to do the plaintiff's job for them. You were paid by your client to do the work. If you would like the alleged defendant to answer these questions and do your job for you, then you will need to give 80% of your payment from your client in regards to this case over to the alleged defendant before the alleged defendant can answer any of these requests.
Right, because the
Bam.
burden on them,
boom.
right? The burden of
Bam.
but I don't understand that last part about the 80%.
Oh, you want me to do your job for you? You give me 80% where you're getting
80%.
paid for this job. I'll answer these questions for you. No problem.
Basically,
Like
you
that.
inquire money for any damages caused to you. Because if you admit to something, you're going to receive damages.
That's right.
And it sounds like you also made it a conditional acceptance, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's essentially conditional acceptance. I'll do it, but you're gonna have to give me 80%.
80%.
80% of what you just got
Exactly.
paid. 80% what you get paid by your client for this case.
I
They
wonder.
don't
I
want to do that
wonder.
because they want that 80% to themselves.
I wonder
Exactly.
when your letters, Joe, come across, like their desk, they're probably like, "Damn,"
I
because
tell you, on this hold on. Someone started calling me. On this interrogatory, it does ask. It says, name. Please identify the person or persons giving answers to these interrogatories. So they know that the person that I wrote this
So
for
they,
is not doing it themselves.
yeah, they're catching on.
Wait. Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed that.
It says, please name the person or persons that are answering this interrogatory. They want the name, address, phone number, covered place of employment for the person that's giving answers to these interrogatories.
Essentially, just they're catching on that the alleged defendant, is not giving the answers. So they're trying to corner the alleged defendant to admit that they're not giving answers.
Correct.
But
So,
you can say that they are, but they receive counsel.
well, no. All I said is that if you want answers to these questions, you're gonna have to first pay out 80% of what you're getting paid from your client, and then we can answer these questions.
Yeah, and then if they agreed to that, then you could say, yeah, well, the alleged defendant is answering the questions, but with counsel involved.
Yeah. Well, they have a feeling that
And this was
somebody else is asking these questions, so they know, like they caught on, right? That it's not like this woman doing this thing, right?
this was
Because they want
initially
to get on
from
record
a
that they have
discovery that
a
the
bar
court
attorney
What's
that's
that?
helping them.
But who
Is
cares?
is that what it would be? Is that they're trying to get on the record that the alleged defendant has some kind of bar card issuer or holder to that's giving them the answers to answer with, or are they just trying to
I think
corner
they're
the
trying to
alleged
outline the
defendant?
fact that the defendant is not speaking for herself, and
Yes.
is who's speaking for her a licensed attorney, and do they have a license to
Yeah.
practice? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Do they have a license to practice, so on and so forth? They're trying to corner you so they can get that person in more trouble, essentially.
Right. So just basically, we just put fifth all over everything. Fifth.
Yeah.
I plead the fifth.
1, 2, 3, 4, fifth.
How do you like it, Bill?
You got to put that skit up. Just that little skit of him in the courtroom doing fifth the whole time. Just like, this is what you need to do. Do this with the cops. This is what you need to do with the police, with the judges, with the prosecutors. and then go into that clip.
Yo,
Mm-hmm.
how y'all doing?
Oh,
Hey,
Oh, that's so good.
What
I
up? What
got a
up? What up?
question. Hey, I got trial on the 17th. I went to court twice already, and the
Okay, so what
judge,
happened the first time?
dang, what happened the first time? Oh, the DA was trying to give me a deal for a misdemeanor,
Oh, okay.
and then like I talked to the judge. I forgot what happened. The judge basically was trying to. Oh no! I said I told him a motion to dismiss because he tried to say, do you understand these accusations against you? And I was like, nah. Like, I never gave him a yes to what he was trying to tell me, and I was like, motion to dismiss. And the judge who left, he came back, and I think he rescheduled or something. And then so I put in a motion to dismiss, and then the judge I came, and then he denied my motion to dismiss, and it's off of resisting arrest and interruption of public duty, right? Which there isn't there isn't um a injured party in this case, and it's like it's a crime, but it's really not a crime based off the admiralty laws and equity. When I went in there and I told them that this was that is common law, they acted like they didn't know what the hell I was talking about because they operate under a different jurisdiction and try to say statutory laws are laws, but they're only codes. Um, so I put in a color of law, a notice. But I'm trying to put in one. I know it's a way to settle it outside of court, but I'm just trying to find the right form to send in to the Secretary of the State, so I don't have to go to the trial. But I have a whole script that's for when you go to court, and I'm trying to just get my court case dismissed. I had a video on why I'm even in this whole situation, but I had deleted it. It had so many views, but I'm probably gonna put it back up once I finish the court case and put the video back.
Send me the link. I'll get the court of public opinion talking about it, brother.
Want to say it again?
Send me the link to the video. I'll have the court of public opinion talking about it.
I got the video on my phone. Like I can send you the whole video,
Yeah, we'll
but
figure out the logistics.
yeah, but it ain't even the video at this point because I didn't get no tickets for this. I went straight to jail, setting them up for 12 hours, got tased and everything, setting them up for 12 hours. They trying to get I looked it up. I was looking at it because I seen the DA paper, and before that it said a class A misdemeanor, and they dropped it down to a class C because they had it originally set for a class for a misdemeanor A. I was like, what the hell? And I'm looking at the paper. I'm like, wait a minute. I know a A is on some different time, but bro, I was like, what? And then just to give me a misdemeanor is stupid for interruption of public duty and resisting arrest, which they always want to throw resisting arrest. What is when you're not really resisting? Like, but it was crazy. So
They're
now
gonna
I'm
they're gonna they're gonna put extra charges on you no matter what, especially when it comes to the freaking disturbing or disturbance, or what is that one where it's an actual offense but they try to use it against you when you're resisting or when you're refusing something, and then they'll try to obstruction. There you go, the obstruction charges. They always
But
try
he
to throw
he, he named a
obstruction
different
charges.
charge, but it sounded like obstruction, interrupting a public officer or something. That
yeah,
sounded like
interruption
Yeah,
of public duty.
depending on the state, it's just how they word it. That's the thing with these states, is they
I'm in
just word
Texas.
certain charges differently.
I'm in Texas.
Yeah, see, and Texas is hardcore, dude. From what I've been hearing, Texas is hardcore. They don't play games.
Right, and the second time I went in, he called. I was the first person he called. Like,
Yeah.
well, no, I'm not the first person he called. He was dismissing people. Cases was getting dismissed, and then like the judge left out the courtroom and came back and called me. I was the first person he called in there, and
What?
he was
When
like,
he left, when he left and came back, did you sign anything when you got arrested or anything like that?
No. Like, you talking about when I went to jail, or you talking about when?
Yeah, when you were arrested and went to jail, did they make you sign anything while you were in jail or anything like that?
Nah, I ain't signed. I ain't signed nothing. Oh, matter of fact, I met with a judge when I got out. No, I met with a judge when to do a pretrial bond. I met with a judge in there. But at the time, I was still, green on the knowledge, and I'm still kind of, still trying to piece everything together with the knowledge, now that I'm learning it, because, knowing your right to know that everything that they try to say is criminal isn't criminal. And they trying to make you go to court for things that's not a criminal action. You know what I'm saying? Everything that we go to court for, they use us to pay off debt.
It's criminal to persons.
Hmm?
It's criminal to persons, not men and women. I'm
Right.
sorry, I digress.
Right.
Keep going, brother.
Because they already consider us dead when we walk in court. So, you know what I'm saying? And
I
we
was
not
I was
no longer
watching
living.
I was watching this video where this dude, he got arrested and they made him sign a ticket or something like that, and he signed it with his name and then UCC 1-308, and they started treating him different. Like right after that, once he got to the jail, they were all extra nice to him. When he got to the judge, they were extra nice to him. But when you said that your judge left and then came back before they called you, I think that from what I was learning is when they leave and come back, they're switching jurisdictions.
They're switching hat.
Yeah, they're gonna switch heads. They're gonna switch heads. Powers
Yeah,
court.
but see, he dismissed, but he dismissed my motion to
Yeah,
dismiss.
because when you put a motion in, he can do anything he wants to. We can strike it. You got to understand
Yeah.
when you do a motion, you're putting yourself back in their jurisdiction. So
Yeah,
when
a
you
motion
talk
is a
about
request.
all this subject matter jurisdiction, all this personam jurisdiction,
See, yeah, but see,
it ain't. Listen to me, man. It ain't happening. I live this shit, bro. This not my first rodeo. So I'm giving you some advice so you know how to handle yourself when you keep volunteering and going into this court. Don't ever bring up no constitutional law because there is none. Those gold fringes on the flag represent a war powers quarter, Article 1 of the Constitution of 1789. That means that they suspend the Constitution. You can't holler all that fifth that y'all was talking about because they don't fucking recognize it, okay, at all. Do none of that
Right.
shit. He's like, shit, you represent, talk about the Constitution one more time, I'll file you in contempt. Criminal or civil contempt, Judge. You see what I'm saying? So I got rebuttal for him, but is it worth, just like I said, if you don't know, you're going to be doing the Southside Macarena. Straight up.
With
Like I said,
fictions.
I done been in
Even Nick, the bar attorney that's in the call right now, will agree that the Fifth Amendment does apply in the courtroom. Okay.
well, I mean, of
That guy
course.
argues everything I say, but he'll agree with that one thing right now.
But
Nick.
once again, Nick is not
direct.
he's not
And
a
you cannot
he's
deliberate.
not a lawyer. He's a liar. You see what I'm saying? Because he lies to the people that they don't have an estate and this and that, and he hides it and he covers up and he represents the corporation so that he can liquidate your fucking estate and make money.
There you go.
I say fuck a lawyer.
Nick.
See,
You know what
Nick,
I mean? I don't give a fuck what Nick talking about.
See, at least
like
we
I
agree
said,
on something.
y'all let Nick talk this shit, but he don't even know, and he's not gonna know. He's indoctrinated by that. He's indoctrinated by that law school.
I agree with you on that point, but I'm saying like he's got that indoctrination. But the Fifth Amendment does apply in the courtroom. You can plead the Fifth on certain things. When you're with a police officer and you say I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment right to be silent, right? They have to honor that. If they don't, you tell them you need to speak to your lawyer, legal counsel first. And if they continue to go on, they're violating your rights and they can get in trouble. It does not matter.
You're under the Train with the Enemy Act, Joe. Come on, man. You know that.
The incorporation doctrine incorporated the Fifth Amendment, right? Except for a grand jury trial, right? Trial by jury, grand jury, right? That's the only part of the Fifth Amendment that hasn't been incorporated under the 14th Amendment to the states. The rest of the Fifth Amendment does apply. Read the incorporation doctrine.
None of that shit applies. There's no due process in those courts.
I can agree with that.
There's a marshal.
Due process is Seventh Amendment. Seventh Amendment is due process. Fifth Amendment has been incorporated, but the Seventh Amendment has not been incorporated.
It's not due process.
They do not have due process. They're only administrative courts.
Right.
But it's still the Fifth Amendment still applies.
No, it doesn't.
All right, I'll
go
get the
Constitution is suspended. Go read the Train with the Enemies Act, the Emergency Banking Relief Act, and the War Powers Act of 1933.
Says it right in there.
It does. Well, they're still using it in the courts today. The Fifth
They can
Amendment
use
is
it. Once
applied.
again, it's a dog and pony show. So they're going to be like, oh, yeah, his
Well,
Fifth
yeah,
Amendment
because the
applies.
courts are all operating in fraud. I get that, but that's just because you're dealing with somebody who's just who's just stomping on your rights. They're just in violation of your rights when they won't. If you invoke the Fifth Amendment and they stomp all over it, they're just in violation, operating under fraud.
You can't invoke anything as an enemy, a belligerent, a combatant, or a rebel, Joe. So if you're doing all this shit and you don't have no status, you send these people off and doing the Southside Macarena.
I think it's the same. Like, here's the thing, and Pooh. Like, it's the same. Like how the courts will honor your right to discovery. Even the state courts and the kangaroo courts will do that. They'll honor your right to remain silent, but you're still going to get railroaded right through there. And I think that's like what we both can agree on. But we don't. I don't think we got to bicker over the fact that the kangaroo courts hold water at all, right?
I'm not bickering over anything. I'm just saying what's actual and factual, and that's what I know. I'm going from experience. The only teacher called life is experience.
Yes,
So
sir.
I don't, and for real cases, not for no traffic shit. But let's make that real clear.
Right.
Joe has a lot of
Yeah.
experiences too, though.
Yeah, that's great. But once
All I'm
again,
saying
if you're not giving the proper information, I'm gonna let the individuals know.
All I'm saying was I'm information, trying to apply the information, but if people giving out the wrong information, I'm like, oh shit, I tried this and it was dismissed. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure out another solution that, because there's multiple strategies to doing something. It's not just one. But I understand that the court system is fixed, and that the oath of office, if they don't hold their oath towards the office, you know what I'm saying, they working fraudulently with the DA and the judge, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're also creating freaking loopholes, are making you jump through freaking hula hoops just to get an oath of office nowadays.
So check this out. You accept the oath of office. It's in the First Kings, chapter 8, verse 31 and 32 of the scripture, and that bounds any judge, prosecutor, Nick included. First Kings, chapter 8, verse 31 and 32.
I'm gonna have to remember that one.
You can write it down. I said it twice. First Kings, chapter 8, verse 31 and 32. Nick, you're an atheist, bro. You have a biased opinion on that. Let's study principalities. Go look up the word principalities, Nick, and then come holler back. Because like I said, you don't get it either.
Nick is just another attorney trying to create discord.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. I just give his ass Luke chapter 11, verses 48 through 53. Woe to the lawyers. They hide information. They hide knowledge from their clients.
Yes, they are.
Exactly.
And they saying that we uphold the Constitution and all this and that. No, you uphold the
Nick,
law, the British
Nick,
accredited regency.
he said that Nick said the Bible isn't law. Reagan said it was.
Right.
That's not my bias. And you can't tell him that he's atheist. You don't know what his religion is.
Oh damn!
Yes, Lee. If I know what his religion is, I'm gonna speak about it. I don't speak about shit I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He said out of his own mouth he was an atheist. So please talk to Nick about that. Don't talk to me about that.
Not common law, but common law doesn't uphold in court because they call you got.
There's no common law.
I know it's no common law, but it's called something else.
No, they try to construe it as a
Not in the
case
time
law.
of war.
The court can only operate under two jurisdictions.
Not in the time of war.
And what jurisdiction do you think that they can operate under?
Admirtime or maritime, or what's it like like the whole script that's going around the internet that's causing people to go in there and get hoomed up.
Maritime, and it's all contracts. It's all based on contracts and tacit consent.
What's based on contracts?
Their jurisdiction?
They don't have no jurisdiction. It's a fictional world.
Exactly.
Quit giving these motherfuckers credit. Go over to equity. Go study equity.
There hasn't been a judge since 1789.
So
No, there hasn't.
Only administrators for
so
the
Apple
corporation.
I'm just
uh
where to file to send to into so I don't have to go to trial. That's
What is the case anyway?
I just said it.
Cause without the U.
What is it?
The cause
Resisting
without the
arrest,
U.
interruption of public duty.
Okay. So did you return back the paperwork? Because that's where everyone wants to talk about this holder in due course. All this I think it's 3-303, the holder in due course. Holder in due course has liability because you're holding on to abandoned property.
Yep.
You have to give it back to them and tell them that you accept it for honor and valuable consideration on behalf of the United States, pursuant to 38 Stat 265. And then you turn that instrument over and you say, pay to the order of Department of the United States Treasury without recourse for full acquaintance and discharge, pursuant to 40 Stat 415. Then you sign for the straw man. You sign your authorized the agent or attorney in fact. You autograph that. You put your employer identification number down, which is a social with no dashes, and you date it and be done with this shit.
have to be properly status corrected before you can do all that.
Shit, do you know who you are? Can you explain who you are and who they are?
We pay to the
Yeah,
order
I mean, there's certain things that you know that you have to do. That I say like authentication, name decree.
I
But
thought
I
this
said
is
I thought people that were already up on the authentication name decree because that was in 2014, 13 that they was doing all
Yeah,
that.
That's
not
what I'm
everybody
saying.
was
Like,
doing that though.
No, I'm just saying from when I was in the game from in 2014, 13, that's what they were doing back then. So
mm-hmm.
that just lets me know that individuals that they weren't doing their homework. They're not looking at history to see what you really have to do. So now they're hearing about the name decree, the authentication, and they want to do everything at once. Slow your ass down and take it step by step and do one thing at a time. Measure 10 times and cut once. Think 8 moves ahead.
So for your name decree, did you style your new name differently or
No, no,
no?
no. Revelations 2:17. Go back to the script. Revelations chapter 2, verse 17.
Got it.
And so, like I said, the whole capitis diminutia maxima, that's the reason why you're doing it. You see what I'm saying? Go look up that definition in your Black's, Bouvier's, Ballantyne's, or Anderson's Law Dictionary. Nick, we really don't give a fuck what you say, Nick, for real, man. Don't care. No, the rest of it is not authenticated. Go look up Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 901 and 902. Like I said, man, y'all just listen to people and believe them. It's crazy. Got to do your own research. You got to know for yourself what's what and quit following people.
Young to go to school and be taught and
Yeah.
to shut up and like listen and follow orders. So like here's the thing, like when we come about persons or people or individuals rather who seem to know what they're talking about and they seem to be knowledgeable, people are drawn to that, you know? And it's like the Pied Piper, it's like the serpent, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's all. Like I said, it's nothing against nobody. It's just like I said, this is called sovereignty, autonomy. So before you go and do anything, go look up those two words because that's in essence that's what this whole thing is about. The big picture. That's why I say, what is your main goal and what is your end goal? Individuals, well, yeah, they want houses, cars, they're doing all these bills of exchange, drafts, all this stuff to get things. But after you get those things, and then what? You see what I'm saying? And they can't answer none of that because they don't have that. They don't have the end, what they want to do. They don't want to uplift their humanity. It's all about them. It's all about their A cars and their A houses, and plenty food and plenty clothes to wear. So it's about that. My whole thing was always to be free. You see what I'm saying? Because when you think
That's it.
free, when you think free, you are free. Because what your mind, your thoughts create your reality. So then you're able to clear your mind and take the chains off of your brain and go out there and start handling your fucking business like you're supposed to. with no
That's right.
help. No hands held, no one wiping your ass and holding your hand, none of that shit. It's called sovereignty.
Guidance though. Guidance,
Yeah,
like, cause you guided me, bro. You guided me. You know what I'm saying? You pointed me in a
well,
direction. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, like I said, Ralphie, this is the thing. You want free lunch tickets. You know, I get plenty out on these lives, man. You know, like I said, you ask Mr. Difficult about my class, and he'll tell you. So, you know, like I said, you pay
What
for
did
my
Ralphie
time. I
say? What
spend
did he
5
say?
hours with y'all every damn near every class, 5 hours.
Yeah. I mean, like, we always talk about the quote unquote gatekeepers, right? But I mean, 20 years, that's worth something, right? Doctorate, you go to school, people will complain about people like Aunt Pooh, but they'll go and take a loan out to go to college.
No,
You know
I
what I
don't.
mean?
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying nothing, Robbie. I don't consider myself a guru. You see what I'm saying? I'm just a real motherfucker in this game that's giving you game, and people they not realizing, recognizing that hey, maybe I do need to slow down. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you
Now,
got we
13.
got to be a little bit like, I ain't even tell you how to act though. You know what I'm saying? But man, like, Joe done left now, man. You done made Joe leave, bro.
Well, I didn't
Come
make
on, we
Joe.
love
Joe.
Joe.
Joe left on his own accord. I can't make anyone leave.
I
Like I
know it.
said,
I
man,
know it.
look,
But
man,
we know it.
you're
Come
not
on,
gonna
man.
tell people wrong shit in the court, bro. You're not gonna do that. Not here. Not with
I'm just
not when
saying.
I'm up here. You're not
He
finna
did
give the
say he had
people.
to.
Listen, man. You're
He
not finna
did.
tell the people all that Fifth Amendment shit, man.
Yeah, I feel you though. But I feel you.
You just
But he
not.
did say he had to leave though. That might be why he left though, man. I'm just trying to keep the peace, man, and keep the love pumping. You
No,
know what I'm saying? Keep
it's
that
it's
heart
all
pumping.
love. But when you're wrong, you're wrong. And I got
Yes,
to
sir.
check you, brother. That's all it is. Like, check me. If you say what I'm saying is wrong, then, like, come and check me. Because, like I said, I could take it. Like, I can give it, I can take it. You see what I'm saying? That's just
Mm.
real shit, man.
Like I feel like the Fifth Amendment, right? Not to bring up old wounds, but the court is going to quote unquote give the semblance, the color of accepting that, just like they'll give you the color of accepting discovery. Because I was given discovery, but I wasn't given everything I asked for,
Yeah,
right?
it's fiction.
It's
That's what,
fiction,
yeah, there are different ways. Ralphie, it's called duality. It's called the
right?
office of person or the executor or executrix office. That's what it's called. Now, when you take those two different paths, they're two different circumstances, two different jurisdictions, two different everything. You know, and that's just what it is. And like I said, if you don't know about equity, you might want to go take a look at that exclusive equity, because that's what comes next with the next to the executive office is the jurisdiction. And like I said, y'all is screaming the fifth, and all this and shit. Y'all are talking about the martial due process of law. He's talking about the fifth. That's the Fifth Amendment. Okay, and so now there's a civilian due process when you get into equity. It's a completely different. It's how the due process really goes. That's why I had to come in and say what I had to say, Mr. Difficult.
Come on with
And I
it,
can
man.
explain it. I explain that right to him because it's like I'm not just talking this shit now.
Yep.
So you see, he ain't have nothing to say either.
Oh
Did you
yeah.
pay attention to that? I let
Yeah.
him speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no love lost at all. Like I said, if individuals ain't doing this, then don't speak about it. Straight up.
Yeah. Well, we still in high school, man.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, I ain't going for none of that.
Come on, you can't be so tough, Aunt Pooh.
I'm
Jesus.
not tough. I'm just got to keep it real, man, because these motherfuckers gonna be hard on you out here in commerce.
You ain't
I'm
lying.
just preparing you. I'm just getting yourself prepared. But like I said, if you want me to, like I said, if you don't want that, hey, cool.
Right.
Like I said, I'll fall back.
If you want the real, come get the real, right?
Hey man, that's all it is. And like I say, it's gonna take work. The individuals like, oh, I just filed so much paperwork and this and that. It's only paper until you make it work. If you can't
Mm-hmm.
enforce it, it's just paper. It's not paperwork, because it ain't working for shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's just there collecting dust.
Yes,
And the
sir.
individual that put it in didn't know what he was doing, so that individual was guessing
I
instead
think
of
that
knowing. Instead of thinking, no.
right. Because I
That's
mean,
all.
living it will breed knowing it. You know, what I mean, you'll operate from a whole different. Because like that's why I do better in the court lives than anything else. Because like I done lived it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't speak about the
Like
financial
I
side and
said,
all this other stuff.
hey, this is real shit, Mr. Difficult. Check this out, right? You go to court, right? And they tell you to to take everything out your pockets and put it in the tray, right? You do that, you fucking volunteer. So they already violated the Fourth Amendment. So what makes you think that when you go in this room and holler about what comes after four, oh, five, what you think the fifth is gonna do? Piss them the fuck off and be like, hey, contempt of court. Or you know what, hey, you can not talk right now. We'll get him. We'll contract with through the mail. Because he still has that military address. So he's still under the jurisdiction. He's still in the office of person. Go get him. And we still at war. So he's a enemy, alien enemy combatant, belligerent and rebel. That's what it is, man. I don't, I've always talked about the war in the executive office and how you have to play the game out here. The individuals want these shortcut, cookie cutter, uh, fucking quicksand processes. You hear individuals talking about processes. Know they're a salesman. You know,
Right. Right.
know they're a salesman. They selling the shit.
It's that understanding, bro.
Man, look at here, man. That's it. You know.
See, that's the thing though. Like, cause
Nick's talking about a warrant. I want a warrant.
Well, listen, man. Y'all listen to Nick. First and foremost, Nick is an employment lawyer. He deals with employment. He don't deal with none of this shit we talking about. So I was like, I don't understand why y'all even, fuck with Nick, cause he don't. Nick is trying to learn the shit that we on. Truth be told,
Yeah, a
that's why.
warrant
That's
is a
true.
check to
That's
me.
true.
That's why.
right.
That's why I
He,
keep coming back.
yeah,
I've
he's a
proven that
scout.
time and time.
I said it.
He's a
Yeah.
scout. He's trying to keep the those informed of what we are up on. You know what I mean?
But Mr. Difficult, didn't you say earlier that his father was in jail?
Yep. That's what he
So
told me. I ain't say that. That's
okay,
what he said.
so listen, any attorney that gets cuffs put on them, they're gonna get straight back as close to they can as the Constitution every time. That's why he's here.
What's up, fellas and gals?
What's happening?
Hey, I got a question. So I live in Ohio, right? And from my understanding, I don't need a license to travel because the Supreme Court has already ruled it. I have screenshots. It's John something Smith, right? Is that correct? As long as I'm not traveling under commerce, right?
Uh,
Are you asking me or are you telling us?
I'm
yeah.
I'm I'm,
See, that's
I'm
what I'm saying.
asking because like I've been looking into this shit and
Okay.
as far as I can see, I mean, is Supreme Court rule of all land, right?
Uh, see, it's to like what I would say is it's not what you can say, it's what you can prove. It's on that training day shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got
Go,
screenshots. Yeah, I already know.
go look up the Georgia Right to Travel Act.
Here, I'm gonna.
You ain't got to
And
screenshot
by the
me.
way,
I've
it
seen
says
plenty of that
that you're
before.
always driving under
Just write
commerce
down
if
the
you are a
Georgia Right to
U.S.
Travel
citizen.
Act.
Commerce means on the sea. Commercial means on the sea. Maybe we'll bring in the 1919 Federal Highway Trust Act, which made all so-called roadways waterways.
Wow, that's so sad, dude. We're all slaves, man. This shit's sad. We gotta
Well,
free ourselves with knowledge.
this is the thing though. When you have a driver's license,
I
you're
don't
a
have one.
you're a government employee
Yeah,
24/7. Like this one guy tried to tell me on his live, oh, I'm a CDL, I'm a truck driver, and oh, when
he's
I'm
traveling.
traveling, when
Sorry.
I'm not traveling, I'm a non-citizen national. But when I'm driving, like it don't work like that. They don't have hours when you're gonna be doing on the license. Oh, from 7 to 7, I'm gonna be a U.S. citizen, and from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., I'm gonna be non-citizen national. It don't
Yeah,
work like that.
it's
You
like
know
pretty
what I'm
much
saying?
whoever got a birth certificate, unless you figure out how to free yourself, you're pretty much screwed. Yeah, we all got
No,
privileges.
you have to. No, you have
Well,
to.
the
You have to
drama
study the history.
is
You have to know his story
the river
to
license.
complete yours.
I understand, like I understand like the common law aspect and the like how the judge has to announce their jurisdiction. We have a constitutional right for them to do that, and so I understand there's admiralty law and there's common law, which we fall under, a living man. I understand there's a legal entity that they open up a corporation in our name. I understand the logistics to all this shit for them.
Okay. Well, like I said, you need to enter and understand and really see what the word understand means. You say the judge asks you, "Do you understand?" And you say
You
yes.
don't you ain't supposed to say nothing, right? You ain't supposed to, that's when they throw the book on you. That's when you're giving away all your rights, right?
You
That's when they hit you
go.
with the book, bro. It's when you say, "Do you understand?" And that's when they can do whatever they want to you, bro.
No, listen. This is what you only allow them to do what they you allow them to do. You see what I'm saying? Majority of people that go to court, they're scared. They're shaking in their boots.
Yeah,
Correct.
it's like people can't fight in the courtroom.
What
You
this
gotta do
man that woke up in the morning just like you, what he's gonna do to you? Why? Because you gave him that power. You see, it's in the mind. And all
it.
this shit starts with the mind. If your mind ain't right, shit, nothing else is gonna be right. Your estate plan, anything, because your mind is full of fear, false evidence appearing real. So you think this shit is real, and I'll be telling y'all this is all fiction. Go read
It's
that.
all propaganda.
Everything in commerce is fictional. Go take that read. And after you get done with that, go read the official state created office known as person.
How
So
about
you
this?
really see what's going on
Did you
instead
guys
of
did you guys ever see? I think I think it's one of the rights. It said we are not bound by any man-made governance unless we give them consent.
I
Right?
mean, yeah, it's all there. But then once again, as Honey always says, like it's all about status. I'm like foundation, status, standing, and position. What's your status? Where are you standing, and what's your position? You see,
Yeah.
you gotta, like I said, you gotta assert your position in the game. They're not gonna. They assume and presume that you're an alien enemy, and that you're a belligerent combatant, a rebel, pursuant to the Trade with the Enemy Act of 1933, the War Powers Act of 1933, and the Emergency Bank and Relief Act of 1933. See, everybody wants to go look up HJR of 1933. We don't have to pay no bills. No, yeah, okay. Part of that is true, but the other part is they made you an enemy, so they made it hard to get that to make that uh
The remedy.
how's
You,
joint work.
did you guys know that
Put
Washington
into
D.C.
public law
is
though
in
on
the District of Columbia?
Tuesday. That's it.
You guys know that? D.C. stands for District of Columbia.
No, it stands for District of Criminals.
Ah, right.
No,
Nice.
it stands for
It's
District
either
of
like control or it's like they're acting like they're Americans, but they're realized a foreign entity.
Well, this is the thing. You got to go look up the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871.
Knowledge. That's what
That's what. That's where everything started with the United States Corporation. If y'all haven't read that, man, like Honey will tell you, you got to go back into history. You have to in order. Like I told my partner yesterday, well connected. I told him like this, man. In order to break through and do this, all that you talking about, all that we talking about on here, you have to know what happened before.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, so you can see how you're gonna structure yourself. What status you want to have for yourself? What's the best status for you? What's the best standing for you? And what's the best position at that specific time, place, and circumstance?
This
What
is
hat for what for every act there's a hat. So what hat are you wearing on based on this act?
I agree with that completely. My belief is I believe that something created us, right? And that's the only thing that can tell us what to do. Like I understand if you're wronging somebody or you're hurting somebody or something, I understand that somebody needs to step in and take care of you. You know what I mean? But if you're not harming nobody and you're just being a free person, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but
Like,
what about the cases where someone's lying about you harming them? Because people do lie on the stand or in court saying that you harmed them when you didn't even harm them.
it's like, dude, we got to fight in court, right? But they're supposed to be working for us. Is that not crazy? Is that not mind-boggling?
Once again, you're the enemy of the state. You have to change your status. Listen, that's why they do what they do to us because we're alien enemies. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody wants all the account, the account. Go fucking read the history about
Dude,
how they
yeah.
blocked the account
I
from
see
you.
that, dude, and I feel like that's just a distraction, bro. To keep a distraction is to realizing
So they're
that
blocked.
it's us
You
versus them,
have to
bro.
know the history. Is my point.
All the
Religious
politics,
freedom.
all that stuff. Hey, look, left
It's
wing,
all
right
block
wing, it's all the
graph.
same bird.
Y'all are talking about the wrong shit. I'm telling you, the Trading with the Enemy Act of 1933. That's where you need to be looking at.
Yeah.
The First
Well,
Amendment.
what's what's the amendments? Like, can you read them all out? Like, do we still have the inalienable
You don't
rights?
have anything because you're still an alien enemy. I just explained the
How do
War
I? How
Powers
do I?
Act of 1933.
Do I gotta
First
If you're a
Amendment.
U.S. citizen, you are an enemy of the state.
How can any of us uphold any constitutional amendment if we haven't read the Constitution? I mean, that should be the first thing you do is read the Constitution and then
But
stem out.
it's hard to find shit, dude, because you gotta think Google's
No, it's
controlled
not.
too.
It's
First
not.
Amendment is all you need.
You can
That's why
get
there's law libraries
No,
too.
the
Because
The
Constitution is
Bible,
also under
the
black
Bible
law,
is all you need.
black
Okay?
law is
No,
it's like
the
laws.
Bible is all you need for your remedy.
The First Amendment is the remedy.
circumcision.
No, the Bible is the remedy.
Yeah,
The
not that
Bible's
Bible, because
controlled,
this a
brother.
Christian
Think about
nation.
it.
That's how you got in
You
this
really think they'd
situation
give
in
us
the
a book
first place.
to help us get out of make it to heaven? Think about it, man. I believe
King,
that there's a higher
King,
place, but
King,
they ain't gonna help
King,
us.
King, Chris, how long have you been studying, my man?
I'd say about 2 years now, man. I've been. That's all I
Right.
do. I try to keep my mind right, man.
Okay, so I'm is pleased to tell you to go look up these things that I'm explaining to you. First and foremost, everything in commerce is fictional. Okay,
It's like
that's
proof
what
commerce. You can't prove
everything in
commerce.
commerce is fictional. Okay, it's all a fiction. Okay, the second one is the state official office, the official state created office known as person.
Oh,
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. I know. I understand everything you're talking about. There's us, and then there's our second us, which is
Just listen to him.
Can I
Just
put y'all on,
listen.
please?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, because motherfuckers don't want to hear. They just want things. They don't care about
Look,
what they really
no,
need to be studying.
I'm
Well,
Cool.
gonna,
I'll say this. I'll say this. Like when
Cool.
people learn something, they want to regurgitate it. They want to share it, but it might not be the right information, and that's just that passion that comes out.
But you also
this
gotta listen. If someone's trying to put you on game, you can sit there and listen. Like Mr. Difficult says, if he doesn't know exactly what's going on, he sits there and listens. Because if someone's trying to put you on game, they've been through it through experience, and experience is the best knowledge to have.
Exactly. 20 years. Not me, but the main speaker.
this is all you. The First Amendment is all you need.
First
First
Amendment.
Amendment. The First Amendment says Congress can't pass a law to prohibit what you do religiously. So that means that
It seems
who?
like they do it all the time, though, don't it?
No. Listen. So who's going to enforce the law for what you do religiously if Congress can't make one? That's number one, which is why it's important for you to come out of their jurisdiction into your God, what your creator said. This is a Christian nation. So you doing what they God told you to do. So you caught up in the system. You got to go private. You can't be public. All that other stuff
Give
is
Anpu the
fluff.
floor. Give Anpu the floor.
Man, that's his
Yeah,
opinion.
please.
That's his opinion. Like I say, the District of Columbia the Organic Act of the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871, the same, and that's the Washington D.C. Act. Now, as
Here's
far as the Bible, these individuals started the Constitution. They were the what is it what they call them, the forefathers or whatever. So,
Founding
yes, so
fathers.
they created it. But guess what? Guess what inspired the whole Constitution?
Bible.
There you go. So
Which is
look and
why you
see the
got to
First
become your
I got
own
something for you
religion,
guys.
brother.
Okay, you guys know in the Bible how it said Satan has four kingdoms, or you know what I'm talking
Yep.
about? Pull out your $1 bill and look at each one on your $1 bill, and tell me what you see. Like what's
No, it said
around
the
it?
First Reserve Bank. That's
No.
regurgitated
On your right,
information.
no,
The
not no
five,
right.
tens, the 20s, the 50s, and 100s all got the Federal
No,
Reserve
bro.
System on them.
Look. Biblically, listen. Pull out your $1 bill, right? And look at the number. Look at the circle. Look at the stamp around each one. Like you know what I'm saying? How there's 4, how each 20 has 20 on the left, 20 on the right, 20 on the bottom left. You know what I'm saying? Pull out your one and look at what's wrapped around each one. It's weird, bro. It's like 4. It stands for 4 kingdoms, bro. I'm telling you. Look, Satan's 4 kingdoms. I
Let
said it
Ampo
sounds crazy.
speak.
What's that
You
have
just
to
gotta
do
be
with what?
private, man.
What's that
That's
have to
it.
do with what we need to learn in court?
Hey, you're right,
You
bro.
don't.
You
You
guys
shouldn't
have a
even
good
be
day,
in their
bro.
courts if you're moving
I gotta
correctly.
go, bro. But you guys have a good day. It was good talking to you guys, bro. You guys have a blessed day.
Flash mode. If you moving correctly, you won't even be in their court.
Right, I understand, but people are here to kind of understand that, and and now we're talking about Satan and dollar bills and stuff like that. It's like I would rather
That's
listen to
because you
what
need to know the foundation, brother.
I would really
Now,
rather
now
listen to
they
what
will force
Abu
you
had to
into their
say, man.
courts, and if they do, then that's under duress, and you can't contract under duress.
Man, y'all still talking in their system. You
Well,
still
Exactly.
talking
what system
public.
are you in?
I'm in the private, brother.
Well, under
Okay,
duress.
so you on a public platform, you in the private. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
you can do that. You
I know
can.
you can do that, but I'm
Okay.
saying what
Yeah.
jurisdiction in the private are you in?
I'm under the Moorish Science Temple of America. It's called a 508c1a trust. Private, brother.
No, the Moore Science Temple of America is not private, brother. It's a 501c3.
Yeah, you talking about 501c3. I said a 508c1a.
I heard
Look
what you
that up,
said, but
brother.
you also said the Moore Science Temple of America, brother, and that's a 501c3.
Multiple temples, brother. I know
Okay.
about the schism that happened in 33. Do you?
Okay. You know what happened in 33. So, like I say, man, everyone there's something different, but the Moore Science Temple of America is not a private organization.
Brother, there's multiple temples under the
Okay.
Moorish Science
Okay.
Temple of America.
Okay.
He started as a civil organization. He changed it when he found out per the First Amendment. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I
I'm
think
I'm
it's just
I'm
a
very
code
clear,
for it.
brother. I'm from Cook County, brother. I'm very clear about what's going on. So
Okay,
I know about
so you know the
Noble Drew
difference
Ali.
between a
I know about the
508 and a
temples. I've
501.
studied all that.
So you know the difference.
Yeah.
So why don't you use the 508c1a? That's what it's there for.
Yeah. I created my own 508c1. I'm a
I just
creator.
said that. There you go. That's my point, y'all.
No.
All the
You said
other
the
stuff
Moore
is
Science
fluff.
Temple of America, brother. You said the MSTA.
Okay, so you
That's what
proving
you
my point.
said.
It's a 508c1a. Everything else is fluff.
Okay.
Well, my thing is this: like, hold on, because if you're coding your status, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's under their jurisdiction because you still
Right.
coded with them.
Exactly.
How so, brother? To the host. How
I
so?
mean, if you're coding, and like, I'm not gonna code my existence, man, like, especially with their code.
Thank you.
I just want to ask, why you don't see the small hats in any state courts?
Man, because like, here's the thing, right? Anything that's coded that's theirs, man. And if you adhere to it, then
No, I'm
it's
asking you though. Why don't you see any small hats in the state court? Any Amish? They don't got no licenses.
they don't.
They all private. It's religious, man.
Right. So what
What
happens when
your
the
God
Amish
say?
person goes into court, though?
Say it again, brother.
What happens when the Amish person goes into court?
They don't. They have their own court system to handle their affairs. It's private.
Exactly. Are they 501s?
No, they 508.
I guess the ones that actually register with the government, I'd rather just stay out their business completely.
And you're not gonna do that
Yeah, you
doing more
can.
paperwork.
Yeah, you are. You
No,
can do that
doing
exclusive
more
equity, brother.
paperwork.
So cut it out.
Wait, say it again, Ampu. You
Exclusive
broke up.
equity, Article 3, Section 2, Clause 1, Subdivision 1 of the Constitution of the United States of America of 1789.
And that's putting you back in the system. That's
No,
what
it's
it's
not. It's
saying.
exclusive equity, brother. That's what
Oh
I'm.
my goodness. You
Okay.
only gonna get the equity from the public. That's
No,
what
you're
I'm trying
not.
to tell you.
It's a pro. Go look up exclusive equity before you speak on anything you don't know about, please.
I know about it, brother.
Oh, would you please tell me? Please enlighten me.
I don't need to. You know it like just like I
No,
know,
I'm
but
asking
that's
you to
fluff.
enlighten me. That's all.
Oh my God. Yeah.
It's love, though. Come on, man. It ain't hate. This is love.
No,
I
no, no.
mean, we
I
might
know it's all
disagree,
love.
but we got to.
Respect to the
Yeah,
pen.
yeah,
I know
yeah.
it's love. My bad. I just what has worked for
No,
me
it's good,
has
bro.
been
You
the
good?
religious
It's love,
part.
love.
I respect that. But that's the thing, brother. If you go back to who you are, putting white and using all these terms that these people created, that's putting you in their jurisdiction. Leave all that paperwork completely alone. If you want to drive without a license, you got to take your car outside of the MVA. That's their trust. The MVA is a trust. You can't be driving without no license and say, I got the right. No, you don't. You waived it the minute you went up to the MVA and got some tags and stuff. You don't have no.
True.
I get that. That's called killing contract.
My man. And once you kill it, don't fill out nothing else. Leave it alone.
True.
People still don't understand that the driver license is of the river
It's a what?
on the water, on the sea.
Yep.
It's of the river license. It's D apostrophe space RIVER of the river. That's in French. Of the river license. 1919, the Federal Highway Trust Act made all roadways waterways. It's for commerce, which is on the sea. Commercial, which is on the sea.
Commerce is also contracts.
Commerce operation contract, correct?
It's all on sea on track. That's where the Constitution comes from. The Constitution was originally written up by the Vatican Holy See and the City of London Incorporated and sent over here to be, what is the key word? Adopted. That's what they tell you that it was adopted in 1780. Is it adopted from? The Vatican Holy See Incorporated and the City of London Incorporated. That's why it has the contract, see on tract, all the way back to their corporate entities.
And then that ties us back to the three-nation state.
But I get it though. Like, here's the thing, right? Because Ampu will come through and he'll bring that tough medicine. Like, it's hard to swallow. You know what I mean? No homo. But I mean, here's the thing: when you go into the courts, you're dealing with fictions, right? And if you got the right status, standing in position, you go in there higher than everybody else. Everybody else. And you go in there, you make the law. Because you hired in other, they're all fictions. They're all acting. You ain't acting. You go in there, and if you acting like a lawyer, then you acting. Like you doing motions and all that stuff. Now you acting like them, and that gives them jurisdiction.
And every court has its very own zip code, which is a federalized jurisdiction.
Zoning improvement plan.
Yep.
Like, I just beat my case with what was that, Title 18, 1341 or 42, use of a fictitious name and address. I wrote that shit on a letter, so put not contracting, and mailed that shit back into them. They called me up real quick and told me not to come to my trial.
Nice.
Honey Drop said, ask how did you become an enemy of the state? Ask what do they tell you to become free?
What did they tell you to become free?
That's what Honey Drop is saying in the comments.
The enemy of the enemy of the state is the citizen, right? The U.S. citizen.
Yes, if you're a U.S. citizen, that's how you're an enemy of the state.
Right.
Because that goes back to the trading with the enemy, like Ampu was saying.
Right.
And then also they have their own constitution as the corporation, which is why you're subjected to statutes and codes. Because when you say you're a U.S. citizen, you are agreeing that you are a part-time employee to the U.S., which is defined as the District of Columbia.
Right. And that's foreign to the state, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually seen this one. I seen this one dude. He became a state national, and freaking in my state and stuff. And when he got his little thing back from the Secretary of State or whoever it was that sent it back to him, I'm not entirely sure, so forgive me for that. But whoever sent him back his little paperwork, it said this is all compliant with the United States of America, for the United States of America Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, proving that there are two constitutions in this land that they operate by, or that they have, that they recognize. We'll say.
Wait, say that again.
So I was seeing a guy who went and became a state national, and when he got his paperwork back, or like a paper that is like a certified copy of something, it says that it's in compliance with the United States of America Constitution, Amendment 10 or something like that, or Amendment 11, and then the United States Constitution, Amendment 10. So there was two constitutions that it said on there. One was the Constitution of America, and one was the U.S. Constitution, just the U.S. Constitution, which substantiates that there are two constitutions on this land that they recognize. The one for the corporation and the one for the actual country.
Which one are they following? Because neither one of them.
Not really. The first one was known as a treaty.
Neither one of them.
First one was known as a treaty. They've only started calling it. Go ahead.
Neither one of them apply to me. That's for them. That's so they'll stay out of my pocket as far as I'm concerned. Because like if I'm gonna live my daily life, I'm gonna live it in the private until I gotta go conduct some commerce. And if I do have to conduct commerce, I want to be in the right position. I want to have the right status and standing before I go into conduct any commerce. And that's what I'm trying to learn, how to move in the private and then go in the public when I need to.
Yeah, so being able
the
to
true
stay in the
definition
private
of
and
the
then move into the public.
Constitution, charter for
That's what I want.
The citizen. Did we not? Was that wrong, honey?
What is a constitution? It's a contract charter for bankruptcy debt. That's what a constitution is. The constitutors in Black's law is those who owe said debt.
So do we not have four constitutions? Currently, do we not have four constitutions?
Constitution is for corporate entities only. Always has been. That's what I'm getting.
They could write 10 of them. Like, y'all follow that. I'm going to live my private life.
The state has a constitution, the country has a constitution, and the corporation has a constitution.
Oh, who is not in any other state?
Article of bankruptcy. Every constitution is an article of bankruptcy. We have the States United was the first constitution. Then we had the Confederate, United States of America, and United States for America. It was all the
So, honey's asking. Honey's asking who. Hold on. Honey's asking who is not an enemy of the state. I'm gonna go ahead and say the people.
A non-citizen national.
Yes. Non-resident alien.
The word name is in a me. Name in a me. Look back at etymology. What name is? Is something given to a slave?
That would substantiate why you would do a name decree.
Mm-hmm. I'm still learning about that name decree.
So
it's also under Latin under eo name.
The way that Honey Drop explained it is that you're trying to separate yourself from the ens leges because you are considered married or part of the ens leges due to what your parents did when they signed you up for a BC and an SSN.
It's all done. So done in your minor state, though.
Yeah. So when you separate from it, or you get separation from it with your name decree, then what she was saying is if you're facing any charges or anything like that, that shit all just gets dismissed and dropped because now you're not a corporate fiction, which is what they're trying to charge is the corporate fiction.
Of course. Yes, sir. I think there's a lot of ways to separate yourself from the name, though. But you gotta cover all the bases. You know, it's just they might try to come in from the window, the back window. And did you lock the back window?
You could use a DBA, or you also want to use Minnesota.
Honey Drop says TWEA tells you exactly.
Trading with the Enemy Act. And who's the enemy? We already know who the enemy is.
You are an enemy if you are a U.S. citizen.
Right? So who isn't the enemy, though? I say the people.
Honey
How's it
Drop,
going?
who isn't the
Well, if you
enemy
look
of
at
the
the word
state?
citizen, and then we are sovereign, so the citizens are the enemy, and the sovereigns aren't. You have to know who you are.
Yeah, but it's hard to use the word sovereign in court because they try to link you to the soft citizen movement.
Yeah, they could
Well,
link
you
you to
don't.
whatever
You
they
can't
want
put
to.
those two together. Now you want to look at Chisholm versus Georgia. That right there tells us that we, the people, are the sovereign.
Correct.
See, they can call me anything they want to.
And I got probably about 10 different cases.
And call some
I write notebook written down the
trespass.
states that the people are sovereign.
Right. So, I came up. So I take a different route. I took a different route for my sovereignty. I explored the UCC for a while. And ended up going the route that I did with my sovereignty. And y'all ever hear of like a postmaster? Anybody here?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Postmaster General.
Yeah, I've heard about
Well,
that, Postmaster General.
Yes.
well, there is like the postmaster general, which is like the one that you're all thinking about. But what a lot of people don't know is that using postal mechanics, meaning postal procedures, you can position yourself as the postmaster on your documentation. And that's actually the most powerful jurisdiction that a lot of people don't know about. And so
Yeah.
this is usually something, huh? What
I
was
said,
that?
yeah.
So what you want to do here, with what he's saying, you're gonna want to Google like the
He said
post
yes.
office
Yep.
manual from
That's their plenary for.
Well,
1933.pdf
Tony,
and try to look that
let
up, and
Tony
that
keep
will
going because
give you
he was
really
hitting.
Uh,
He was beating them
fucking
drums.
that will really
yeah.
look it up, guys. I mean, everyone that's in here, look this up. Go to Google, type in postmaster or post office manual 1933 PDF and look that up and download it.
Right. So that's some of what I'm going to say. Right. So in 1775. So this is why like I urge y'all to look it up at your own leisure. Your own research, your own leisure, because the I end up ruffling some feathers, even with people who do UCC and do sovereignty stuff. I'm not here to like come at anybody or anything like that, because a lot of people work hard to know what they know. But this is why I say that even huh? So essentially in 1775, right, we borrowed about 1.5 million francs to go to war. Went to war for about 7 years. The Revolutionary War, we borrowed from the French. By the end of it, it was like 2 million francs. Then we like entered in like a good like 9 year period where they were figuring out the aftermath of the war. By the end, it was like 3 million francs with interest that we owed. Essentially, the banknote was bought up by the Rothschilds. And so by this time, we're like looking at a timeline of like 1780 something. I forget the exact date. But that's when the Constitution that we're all familiar with was like more so accepted. Now, from that point on, we eventually get it paid. We get to a point where we're about to pay it off and enter a jubilee, a debt forgiveness, because we had been making payments, and then again we found ourselves in a war again, and that brings us up to the last bankruptcy, which was the Great Depression. We paid off the bankruptcy there as well, and then 5 days later, the Bank of England gave us a 5 day notice to close down all banks, and so they had no choice with no alternative in place but to keep the bankruptcy going. So that brings us another 70 years up to 1999. That's why everybody was freaking out about 1999.
Oh,
1999,
you're
right? We were
getting it.
supposed to, huh?
I said you're
I'm
getting
sorry. I'm trying to power through this,
it, dude.
Keep going, brother. I'm listening.
huh?
Keep going,
Okay,
brother.
yeah. I'm just trying to power through it faster because I know a lot of people's attention spans got that
No,
TikTok
we good.
1 minute span. Okay. So, 1999 was Event Horizon year. We were supposed to re-up commerce. We were supposed to come out of bankruptcy. And under international banking law, you have 2 years and 1 day to reestablish commerce. This is why the American Nationals and the U.S. like the Nationals movement, it's invalid. If you have no commerce reestablished legitimately, then you can call yourself all kinds of national and it means nothing. And this is why, because in 1999 they didn't use that 2 years and 1 day. That brings us up to 2001. So instead of re-upping commerce, that's when we got 9/11, right? So it seems like every time America's about to get itself out of debt or a debtor's position and stuff like that, right? Something happens, and that's when we got 9/11. So we had 2 years and a day, and then that brings us up. Instead of getting out of bankruptcy, we go to 9/11 happens. Though, so that's kind of where we're at now. Now here's kind of like how the hidden powers, kind of like the postal jurisdiction comes in. The UPU was created in, like, I think it was like 1789. I don't know. I might be off on the year, but the UPU was formed there, and for a 2-cent postage stamp, they said they would transport all the mail for everyone in every country in the world. This is where you get the saying, "I'm just giving my 2 cents." That's where that phrase comes from.
Yep, I heard of that. Yes. Keep going, brother.
So 2-cent postage stamps sounds like a good deal. So a lot of countries joined in on that, and then after about a year of capitulation, the UPU put a salvage moratorium claim using maritime international law, right, to lay a claim to all the countries of the world. They claim the jurisdiction wherever the mail goes, right? And so that's kind of how they became the more so hidden power that controlled everything, because mail is an exchange of value that makes it cargo. And because it's cargo, it therefore has equity. It therefore has like a value attached to it. It's an exchange of value. And because they are the ones that transport all documents and all mail cargo, all shipping, everything is transshipment. Every document is a movement in commerce, right? The court is the paper. It's not the room, right? It's the document. That's your court, right? They had jurisdiction over everything. And so that's kind of more so the hidden hand that that no one ever really saw coming. At least, I think a lot of people to this day are still unaware of it. Now,
Correct.
Ben Franklin was the nation's first postmaster, and a lot of people, this is another thing that patriots don't like to hear when I tell them this. He was a double agent working for the Rothschilds. He was a French attorney and working for the Rothschilds. And his addition to the contract, "We the People," is kind of what made it a trust debt instrument. Like,
Trusted
when he
agreement.
put, because of that wording, "We the People." So that's like adjective, like and the language was structured in adjective, pronoun, style, fashion of linguistics. And because of that, that made the entire document a fiction just by its conveyance of language.
Was that
And
David Wynn
so,
Miller stuff?
huh?
Is that David Wynn Miller stuff?
Okay, so yes, and this is where I get to where I'm talking about. So, isn't it? So, that knowing that the bankruptcy was coming up in 1999, full colon David hyphen Wynn Miller, um, hyphen Wynn, David, hyphen Miller, David hyphen Wynn colon Miller, and his partner colon Russell hyphen J colon Gould. Uh, they seized an opportunity because under that international banking law, basically all of DC was required to vacate for 14 days, for 2 weeks. And under that vacation, the flag was open for capture. And so basically, whoever owns the rights to the Title IV flag basically owns the nation. They own all rights and everything to it. Because they didn't reestablish commerce, and because that vacation happened at that very specific time, because they knew that it was coming, they captured the flag. And this is the game, capture the flag.
Right. So
And
let me ask you this though: Are they
uh-huh.
capturing the land, or are they capturing the fictional? They're capturing the fictional entity, not the actual land.
Well, no. So so prior to 1999, David Windmiller and Russell J. Gould, they were recognized. They're the only two individuals ever recognized by the United Nations as sovereigns, and they were recognized as sovereigns. And when they were asked, like, what's going to be your your paradigm, like what's going to be your, like, what could you own if you guys are sovereign, like all the land has been claimed, what are you going to, what do you own? And so he claimed the unclaimed, like the formally unclaimed jurisdiction of the of the paper itself, the document itself. And so that's kind of where he positioned himself, the postmaster of it. And so that's kind of like how he used their own postal venue to assert control over all transshipment, which would be all documents, all documentation, and that made him, that catapulted, that essentially made him officially the Postmaster General, not only of the of America, the territory America, but also the world. And to this day, he's actually still the Postmaster General of the entire planet.
David Lee Miller?
No, Russell J. Gould. David Wood Miller
Oh,
passed away, and that's a longer story. I don't want to get into that
right.
because once you start to get into that, you're going to find out like a bunch of other stuff. But the Russell J. Gould is still the Postmaster General that a lot of people don't know about, and so I've actually been to conferences and I've actually met the man numerous times, and he's talked about this, because he's met with Anna von Reitz and all these people who do the state nationals and everything like that, and he said that the reason their movements are illegitimate is because they didn't reestablish commerce. So first in line, first in time, right? But if you miss that step to reestablish everything, then everything you do after that is baseless. And so this is why a lot of those movements. So what's going on now is under international banking law, right? Because Russell did this and his partner David did this, right? They have 20 years, about 20 years under international banking law to re-up to I guess resolve all the debt, I guess, and that's why they're rushing to try to get a new system into place. That's why everything's been like really increasingly crazier and crazier since then.
But
And
they're
so
fighting to
now
keep
we're,
up the fiction, though.
huh?
They're
Huh?
fighting to keep up fiction.
Yes. So basically, that's what Russell told me like told not only me, but like a number of us. He said that they've all taken an oath to keep up the fiction because he pointed out the truth to them. They all know who he is, but in the in finding out the technicality that all of this is technically illegitimate, all of it's technically fiction. Even if you do the procedures correctly for state national and UCC, all that, technically none of it's good because they didn't reestablish commerce after the bankruptcy in 1999. They had 2 years and a day under international banking law to do that. They do it correctly. Russell and his partner David Wynn Miller did do it correctly, so they captured the flag. Therefore, they captured the rights. So because of that, they had no choice but to continue to operate de facto and nom de gore. So they had to keep up the fiction now because technically on paper they don't exist anymore. They didn't do anything legitimately from that point on. They lost their credentials, and nobody can no judge, no official could produce a valid oath of office. And this is where we get to the oaths that everybody brings up about public officials. None of them have a valid oath of office. Even if you find it, it's still not valid. Number one, because of the grammar. Number two, I once pulled up an oath of office on a judge that I was dealing with, and his signature area was boxed in. This is where the grammar comes in. If you know the four corners rule under Federal Styles Manual 8.21, Rule 8.21, anything on a contract that is within boxing or bracketing follows the four corner rule, technically omitted from the contract. So usually when you pull up a lot of these documents, a lot of these tickets, a lot of these contracts, there's always going to be boxes, boxes, boxes. And even the judges or people's oath that you're going to find are going to have boxing around it most of the time, usually around the signature area. So this is where they play more fictional games with you, just with the the forms of it, the form and the functions of the grammar rules. And you can just look at Federal Styles Manual 1986 Rule 8.21 for that one.
Capitalizing on
So
people's
Tony,
ignorance.
Right. So now it's a grammar game, and so they're going to keep up the fiction in every aspect. Every aspect. I think they'll probably be honorable to a degree, right? Because they have to keep the show going at least until they can get a new system into place. And I think eventually they're going to want everybody to recontract with them when they get their new system ready in place. And I think that's what the CBDCs and all that stuff is about. But technically, I think they're letting a lot of stuff fly, um, because they just need to get to the point where they can get everybody to contract again once they got their replacement system in place.
I
But
would like to
technic,
talk about this a little,
yeah.
Tony.
What was that?
I would like to talk about this a little bit because this is the correct sentence structure, parse, syntax, grammar with how
Yes.
this has been going down. So now, no matter what, if you intermingle any contract with another and you have different languages in these contracts, that
Mhm.
makes the whole entire contract null and void because of correct sentence structure, parse, syntax, grammar. Correct?
Yes. Yeah. You sounds like you've gotten dipped your toe into it pretty well. Yep. Yep.
So
Yeah,
now,
but then,
if I intermingle Latin into this contract and they give any Latin language in here, we have to completely take the Latin out of the contract and just place the language in here with the Latin missing, and then it don't make any fucking sense.
All right. Right. And so, exactly. So when you got a conflict of styles, if you use multiple styles of writing, if you it's things like that. If you start to change up a contract like that, then yeah, they can consider it. That can move you into the fiction. That's why you got to be
Well,
very.
how many contracts do you sign
Mhm. We don't say
and
sign,
read? So
and
whether it be a car contract, a house contract, or any contract, whether it be for a job,
well,
how many
so
contracts have Latin in them?
so in the quantum venue, because like I said, I'm in the venue. I'm a postmaster. We don't say sign, we say autograph because an autograph is the mark of a natural man or woman.
Yeah,
So,
I understand. I
uh,
do understand, and I'm sorry I said it that way. I'm trying to change my lingo because I really have to really change everything I say, speak, do, read.
right, right. Now
Everything is different.
signature. So this is, I'll give you an example of parse syntax. Signature, sig, right? So parse is parts means parts of words, and essentially breaking them down
Yeah,
to their syllables. And so sig means simulation, and nature obviously means nature. So sig nature means simulation of nature. So therefore, it is a form of necromancy, which is communication with the dead. So when you sign something, you are, oh yeah, and most of the time
you're
they,
pledging for the dead.
well, that in, well, excuse me, what a curse, I should get more specific. Cursive is considered necromancy, right? And so when you sign in cursive, you're cursing yourself, you're communicating with the dead. So that's considered a form of,
Well, if I sign anything in cursive, that means I'm signing for somebody that's dead.
well, so cursive
Wow, I
itself
mean,
is considered necromancy. And so
I
when you,
understand this, and
regardless,
and I know you do too. I'm just trying to help the playing field for the audience.
so like I always said that when I say signature, I'm using my sign of nature. It's a semblance, a sign. It's not real,
Mhm. But
right?
how do
But
you know that?
you said sig equals what?
So sig means simulation.
Simulation. Okay.
So simulation of nature. So if you are giving a simulation of nature and then cursing, meaning speaking to the dead using necromancy, right? That right there, you have everything right there to tell you that what you're doing isn't real. That at least not based in the world of fact or the living, right?
Right.
So this is where the grammar becomes very specific because that's what David, Wynn Miller, and Russell identified. They identified that the language, like the Constitution, was styled in an adjective, adverb, verb, pronoun style fashion, which has a lot of self. Like if you know the rules of sentence structure, it negates itself. So
Yeah,
Well,
it's
we weren't
like
taught to read like that,
it's
so it's hard
going
to
against
comprehend.
itself just by the way you're speaking. And it's
Right.
really hard to word that and do that, but you're really teaching and reteaching yourself how to read English or
yeah,
any language for that
Exactly.
matter.
You've got
well,
to
so
unlearn what you've learned.
right. So there are positive performance. So in the quantum venue, in the postmaster venue, we try to avoid what we call negative performance words, and we try to stick to positive performance words. So like I'll give you an example. We try to avoid words that have the prefix re, because re either means past or backwards. And so let me ask you something. If I told you, I'll give you an example of how you can kind of get stuck in a loop just by your language. I'll give you an example. If I said proceed retroactively, what did I just tell you to do?
Retroactively. So you're
Specifically,
trying,
we're
you're going
to move
backwards.
To
forward, but
proceed
like you said,
actively
retroactive.
backwards.
So like
Exactly.
react. Oh yeah, yeah. So go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So the prefix pro means to go forward or future
Right.
tense. The
Right.
prefix re means to go backwards or past tense. So if I tell you to proceed retroactively, I'm telling you to go forwards backwards. So I'm creating negation.
Back,
I'm
back,
contradicting.
forth and forth.
Right. So I'm creating a contradiction. And a lot of the language has words like this. So prefixes with RE, prefixes with PRO, right? These take you out of the present, right? There's only now.
You
There's
want
no,
to, so like check it
right?
out. You want to re-present yourself pro se. You know, you just canceled yourself out there.
Right. There you go.
You do
So
never want to be pro se or pro per because pro se is proper person or pro, and then you'd be in the proper persona.
Well, he's
But
talking about
now you're in the
canceling
proper
out your
person.
own
Now
self
you're
in
operating in
one
person.
sentence, right?
right.
He's talking about
Right.
Aren't they
canceling out
attacking
yourself
pro
in
se
one
though?
sentence.
Right.
You
So
can't operate in person.
this is
You have to
why
operate you.
in the quantum venue we find alternative words, like instead of saying like we say juxtaposition, right? We say that instead of, um, you know, we don't say preposition, preposition, like, in our contracts, in our communications, we say juxtaposition. We don't say preposition.
How is that spelled? Is that JUCKS
No, it's
juxtaposition?
Jux. Uh,
JUX position?
yeah, jux, and I think it's juxt. Don't quote me on that. It's like
I'm just gonna
jux.
see if I have it in my law dictionary. If it's actually in here.
Right. So there are
It's
certain
about
words that
everything being in the so-called now time.
right. You want to use language that keeps you in the here and the now. There's also suffixes that can take you out of the present as well. And so this is what David and Russell identified in the language, that the language was constantly taking you backwards and forwards, and nothing was ever truly in the present. So everything was technically fiction. So they identified um, not only was the language incorrect, but also the procedures and the things that they did were open for capture. So that's how they ended up capturing the flag. And this is why a lot of the flags that you see in courtrooms, that's why they're essentially desecration of the U.S. flag, right? The gold fringe, stuff like that, right? They're all over the place. There's a mixture of some correct stuff but some incorrect stuff almost everywhere you go. But let me ask you something. If there's only just a little bit of fiction in there, what does that make it? That still makes it fiction. You can't blend fact and fiction.
Right.
So if you can't blend fact and fiction, just even a little bit of fiction in there can change the venue that you're in, right? And
I
so that's,
wanna I
yeah,
wanna ask one more question right now. You said that was JUX, right?
yeah, it's JUX. That's how we spell it.
Yeah, it's not even in my
Well,
law.
you know, just like Mr. Difficult said, these are, it's a fictional flag in itself to begin with.
Right. So somebody in the audience
Let's
asked,
be
didn't
honest.
David go to jail? No, it was Russell who got tortured by the CIA. He got tortured. Okay, so once they found out what he did, so here's the thing. Technically, when he did this, Russell was the new postmaster general. But here's the thing, he did everything, and we don't say procedure. We say, because PRO, we say mechanics. So mechanically, functionally, Russell had done everything correct to be technically the new postmaster general and the owner of the Title IV flag. But they didn't know that. And when they found out, they were pissed. So they actually tortured him, and they played the game of technicality right back at him. They starved him. He went 70 days at one point without food because they were kicking the crap out of him, trying to get him to give up the rights to the Title IV flag back. Basically, they were trying to get him. They were trying to get him to basically, sign and capitulate to the fiction and give back the flag essentially by capitulating to fiction. And he refused to do it, and because of that, he did get tortured by the CIA for like a good, for a while, and then they starved him and this and that, um, until eventually. But there's rules in the spirit. There's rules in the spirit, right? Because technically he was in the correct. They weren't going to unalive him. They couldn't. They couldn't let that happen because there's a consequence. There's a consequence for
Killing the
doing everything.
postmaster.
Huh?
Killing the postmaster, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, well, here's the thing. When you look at the rules of spirituality, one of the ways that evil entities, malicious spirits, dodge accountability is because of the open-endedness of the language, right? They create subjective interpretation. And so this is the ambiguity that they create makes it so they can dodge accountability. But if you do everything correct in communication, everything correct mechanically, right? If you do all these things correctly, then there's no lie. Therefore, they cannot dodge the energy that comes with that. There's no way for them to dodge that. And
What's
because,
happening here is you
so,
completely
mhm,
close the document and box them completely into a corner so they can't move and they
right,
can't fuck with you unless you made a mistake.
right, right. So, well, basically, yeah. So, but I mean, and he did make some mistakes. Like, I've heard him tell the stories. He did make some mistakes when he was first getting it going, but he never gave up the Title IV flag. And because of that, he created an entire new paradigm of operation that's completely separate from the fiction. But obviously, the rest of the world doesn't have the education for this. So it's just a question of they've taken an oath basically to keep the fiction going because they need to. They can't just, and obviously, most people don't have the education to comprehend the grammar, the mechanics, and then also they just don't know the history.
I want to
So,
rebut that right quick. Can I
mhm,
rebut a little bit of that? I think
sure.
it's the people's fault because it states right in the Constitution that it's the people's duty to know the law and to hold these people accountable. So it's not that we neglected it, it's just we haven't taken our task
How
as
could
the
you
people.
know? How could you know your task if you don't know the task at hand? You know what I mean? Like in programming, I used to be a programmer. The first rule they teach you in programming is to understand the problem. Because if you don't understand the problem, you can't fix it.
Well, so I'll give you guys another little, put you guys on game some more. What is a pronoun,
It's
given what
something
I
you're
just told
allowed
you?
to do.
A pronoun, given what I just told you about the prefix pro.
Pro is move forward. Forward.
So that takes you out of the present. So how can you be a future fact? If a noun is a fact, how can you be a fact in the future? The
So
future
that's
will never get here.
so
If
you
you're
have
a
to
pro,
cancel it out with a suffix like a re.
well, no, you're going to negate yourself. Anything that takes you out of the present
Well,
is
if I go into the present, I have to bring myself back into the past, right? To negate the
well,
present that I just presented.
we
Man,
got
this is
well, you're just going
crazy.
backwards and forwards. You're taking yourself in and out of the past and the future, but you're never staying in the present though. So you're never going to be a fact right here and now.
So you say never to use a pronoun then?
Well, what I'm telling you is that's just a little gem. I don't want to get too into it because this stuff can get really heavy for people at first
Come
because
on,
then
man. I can
everybody's
live.
uh
I can
yeah.
live. I mean, if you're not at liberty to say so, that's one thing. But
Well, technically, okay, so I'm not allowed to teach this. I'm not allowed to teach. So
well, then you can't
I
go
don't
through
have
social prison.
authorization to teach because because there's a lot of pretenders out there. I don't know if you guys know who Marcus Christopher was. Because there's a lot of people operating out of the venue without authorization. There's only one place where you can officially learn it. Like there's videos, there's places where you can learn about the grammar and stuff like that, but if you want to be like official, direct from the source and stuff, there's only one place. And the reason they're doing it that way is because of a lot of bad actors. Now, Marcus Christopher, you guys know who he was. He was a student of David Wynn Miller's who didn't have the credentialing to do what he did. And now he's actually in jail because of all that. It finally caught up to him.
There's a comment. If he don't have the authorization to speak on it, he could be held liable if someone went and tried to do something and he was a preposter or a fake or whatever you want to call it.
Well, he knows the grammar because David knew the grammar.
I was just
But
trying to answer a comment
but
because
what it
you're
is
saying, why were you speaking on this?
huh? Say
I
that
was
again.
just answering a comment
Oh,
because someone was saying, "Well, why are you speaking on this?"
right. Well, because this is where cause I feel like I've learned so much from watching y'all. Like I've been watching, like I just caught on to Honey and Red G. I just caught on to y'all about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. And I don't know if y'all know who Pastor of the Way is, but me and him have gotten into lots of arguments. He and I just butt heads all the time. But I respect the hell out of him because he's a good man. But he loves to say that the quantum grammar stuff is just rubbish and crap. And I'm like, and so every now and then, I'll point out a little gem to him in the language and stuff like that. And then I notice that he'll adjust that. And so I'm like, because I'll point out something that he pointed out. I was like, well, what does that mean? And he's like, well, it means this. And I'll say, like, are you sure? And so me and him will go back and forth. And so, like, it's one of those things where you got to kind of almost be careful because a lot of people work really hard to get where they're at, I've noticed. And sometimes, if like, I almost don't want to rain on people's parade, but at the same time, it's just like, how dedicated are you to finding the truth? So I usually will tell people about the venue and I just encourage them to find out for themselves, especially if you don't want to buy what I'm telling you, you know what I mean? I always tell people to go to warcastles.com, that there's some documentaries on there. Lastflagstanding.com. I usually tell people to go to those two places to watch the documentaries and you'll kind of that'll give you the gist of everything that happened and why a lot of stuff isn't valid anymore. Russell did have meetings with Anna von Reitz and a number of other state national movements and stuff like that. He basically he said that they had good ideas, but he said that mechanically they were off. And then also he said their credentialing isn't authorized because of the commerce not being re-upped. So
Yeah, but commerce is fiction. So, like, to me, if fiction has to stay afloat for all of this to have relevance, let's just throw it all away and just go back to just speaking like Arabic or something, you know?
Well, so the big thing about the commerce is fiction, but okay, so the commerce is like the rules of the game. It's kind of like if I say, Mr. Difficult, I challenge you to this game of basketball. Let's pretend you never heard of basketball, right? You can't just jump in and start playing the game. I got to lay down the rules for you. And let's say this game becomes so big, and 100 years from now, the game of basketball is still around. You and I are dust. We're dust now, and other people are this and that. And let's say other games have come along, or other ways of playing new things or games, or maybe some people got street ball versus the official rule game or whatever, right? So
Strange game, Professor.
right. So it's all fiction, but yeah, you're correct on that. But so essentially, what the commerce is, it's the rules to the game, and every now and then you got to adjust the rules to make sure they're staying up with the times, that they're staying up with what's going on. And
If
so,
if and only if you play the game.
well, yeah, yeah. And so essentially, because they didn't re-up the rules, the commerce, technically the game is over. Like that game is over. It's done with. They never went through the process of renewing the rules, changing the rules, amending them, at least not in the timelines that they were supposed to.
When did I enter the
Right?
game of commerce, and when did I accept a contract that said I was in the game of commerce?
Exactly. Well, I
Well,
mean, there's all kind of minimum context that we all have.
so here's how I'd be able to get you. Well, so basically you use words, right? So this is how the postal jurisdiction works. You use words, right? Those words are an exchange of value. They're what's called thinking cargo. You write those words on a document or a piece of paper. Let's say your wife passed away, sadly, right? And before she passed away, she sent one last letter to you. And let's say the post guy lost your letter. He's like, "Oh, what's the big deal? I'll give you like $1.50 for the piece of paper and the letter." But you're furious because that was the last letter. So is the value the piece of paper, or is the value the cargo that's in the paper or on the
Right?
paper? So the
Right?
value is the thinking cargo. Thinking cargo. That's why the postal system was identified as a transshipment system that moves exchanges of value, meaning thinking cargo, whether it's contract, a letter to a loved one, doesn't matter. So if you use words, you're exchanging value. The question is, what is the value of your words? If your words are negative and positive usage words and you're imbalanced, you use words that take you out of the present and they move you into the past, and you're going backwards and forwards with them. Basically, you're just spinning around like a confused person in contract, right? So
Right.
you're not going to have any weight or power in communication when you're trying to convey the things that you want to, especially if you're like trying to do it in contract. And so that's the point. That's the point of pointing out the grammar to everybody,
All
right? You
right.
can negate
Now,
yourself. Hmm.
I want you to do something for me. Is entertain these people and give these people how you became the postmaster general and a simplified version that you can give and how you did it.
Okay, so I'm not. Let me clarify. I'm not a postmaster general. When people say post, like hear me say I'm a postmaster, this does not mean like I run the post office. This does not mean that I'm in charge of the post office and that's that. What it means is that I
Did it?
use the rules of their game, the way that they do everything with maritime law and basically international law. I use their rules, and what I became is the postmaster on my documentation, meaning I did a process in proper grammar and proper mechanics, and I conveyed it correctly using parse syntax, right? And I conveyed it correctly, and I did the mechanics correctly, and I essentially made a quantum claim on my documentation. And because I did it mechanically correct, I am the official postmaster of that documentation, meaning I'm the postmaster of that identity, that exchange of value, that thing that they made, that they created. And because I've captured it, it now belongs to me. It's mine. Like, and they can't,
Wait,
they can't. Mhm.
can you reiterate what mechanically what
So
word that
mechanics is the equivalent to procedure. We don't say
Procedure. Okay.
we don't say
Procedure.
procedure. Yeah, we don't say procedure because of the prefix pro, but we say mechanics. So whenever you hear mechanics, just think procedure.
Right.
So we try to avoid words that move us into the future or into the past because the present is where the real value is. That's where the facts are. It's right now.
So where did you file this document at?
Okay, so there's a difference between like doing the mechanics and knowing the grammar, right? Because you can learn all of this completely on your own, or a lot of it anyways, on your own if you truly wanted to, right? If you really wanted to, you could.
Just like
But
anything else, though.
sure, 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 sure. There are people out there that will probably teach you. David definitely taught some people before he passed away. Mark Christopher was one of his students. Mark Christopher knows quantum grammar. Where it kind of bit him in the ass is he didn't have authorization. So he didn't have credentialing. So that's kind of where he did everything. He knew everything. He did everything correctly, but he wasn't first in line, first in time. He mechanically did not have the credentialing. So procedurally, he wasn't authorized. He didn't have credentialing to be a postmaster. And this is where it gets super technical, right? First in line, first in time. Well, that was David and Russell. um, David is no longer with us, so all that leaves is the last man with the claim to the flag, which is Russell. So the only way to become authorized is if you're authorized by Russell himself, and he's the only one that authorizes people now. So this is, if you guys want to look into this, I always say go to the website warcastles.com, go to the website lastflagstanding.com. The Last Flag Standing. Now I urge you to watch the documentaries. And then the lastflagstanding.com website has a link to the what's called the Claim of the Life website. And that's where, if you decide you want to move forward, that's where there's only one place. That is the only place anywhere. If anyone else says they can do it, they're full of shit. That's the only place where you can get authorization and go through the process to become a postmaster and be authorized by Russell himself. Russell himself authorizes every single claimant.
Okay, so if I'm on the website, obviously I can watch the video, and then
hmm
I go to what after that?
So so the lastflagstanding.com website has the documentary, but if I remember correctly, there's also a link in there for the Claim of the Life website, meaning if you want to go down the path of becoming a postmaster on your documentation. And that's where you'll find it. It's basically for the claim of the life.com. So you do that, but that link is also right there in the lastflagstanding.com. I always urge people to take your time, watch the documentaries, um, and just kind of let your mind get wrapped around it. Because the first time I saw quantum grammar, it gave me a headache. It gave me a headache, but I didn't even know what I was looking at, but I knew I was looking at the truth. Um, and it was crazy because when I came across quantum grammar, I noticed that there was division, right? Mark Christopher was still on the loose back then. He was still pushing a lot of stuff from David Miller and stuff, and he wasn't authorized. And so there was division. And so I literally had to pray on it, and I literally had to take a leap of faith. I remember praying like, to the Most High and saying, like, show me who's telling the truth, right? Because you got this guy saying that and this guy that, and I heard a voice saying this one's telling the truth, and that's when I was looking at a computer screen, and it had Russell on it, and once I went down that path and I started to look more into deep detail of it, I saw that he was the only one that had the authorization. So I was like, and I was following Mark Christopher at the time because I believed what he was doing, and he wasn't wrong. Like, he knows quantum grammar and all that stuff, but what it is he didn't have the credentialing, he didn't have the authorization, and there was only one man that could give him that, which he never did. So, um,
Let me ask you this.
uh-huh,
Because you hear,
huh?
so you use the word quantum grammar, we hear quantum leap, we hear quantum physics. Is quantum that which cannot be misinterpreted?
Well, so there's the quanta and the quantum. Uh, those are, they each have different meanings. And quantum grammar is just like the name that it's affectionately given. The more official name is correct sentence structure, parse syntax. No, wait, no. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I got the acronym right side.
Well, all right, now to
Correct.
relieve that. All
Huh?
right, now when you're structuring a sentence, you have so many words that are in the structure, or so many letters that are in the structure. They're all labeled, and you fit them together mathematically. That's where you're getting your parse syntax
Well,
quantum,
so
or your quantum parse syntax. You're
so
The
getting
yes.
original
Oh
word for
wow, dude.
quantum is
Not
stellar.
not.
how
It
every
sounds like you got a
word
good
is
grasp on it.
relational
Sounds
and
like you
where
good.
it derives from.
Yeah. So okay. So yes. So basically, and like I said, you guys just got to look into it for yourself. But essentially, the short and sweet of it is that when David and Russell formed this system, they took a mathematical overlay and overlaid it onto grammar and sentence structure so that you can communicate correctly without ambiguity and subjective interpretation. So
Decoding.
they created a way of communication that was completely mathematically based. And when you look at like the ancient Sumerians and like ancient Aramaic and stuff, that's actually how they used to communicate too. Those letters didn't just tell you how to project a sound out of your mouth, they also
Let
had a
me
numerical
elaborate.
value.
Let
Huh?
me elaborate a little bit further right now, because parse syntax
Physical
grammar
ability.
now, you
Man,
can
I
read it
I appreciate
front
this
words
knowledge
all the
here,
way
man. This
through,
is
and then you can read it backwards as well,
Yes.
and it will mean the exact same thing if you
Yes.
read it
Yep.
forwards or you read it backwards. It will mean the exact same thing no matter which way you read it, so that it fits with all contexts of language.
Yeah, because
Yes.
it's going to remain in the present, right?
Right. So I'll give you an
Well, yeah, so if
example
I
of
can read this frontwards and then say Greeks or Egyptians and everything read it backwards, then
right.
if I can read this forward and I can read it backwards, then it means the same thing, then it's
Yes.
perfectly structured.
Yep. So think of it this way. If I said 2 plus 2 equals 4, or let's say, no, 2 plus 3 equals 5, and then I flipped it backwards and I said, does 5 equal, 2 plus 3 or 3 plus 2, right? It still means the same thing, even if you run it backwards. So quantum grammar overlays a mathematical interface so that when you structure your sentences, they mean the same thing frontwards or backwards. So he's correct on that. Yep.
That's beautiful. Hey guys, I got to run. Like what? I can't read your name. It's all in Chinese. Tony the
Oh,
Tiger. Is that what it is?
Tony Tiger, yeah.
All right.
But it's not
I,
about Chinese or anything. It's any language. You can do this with any language.
Yes,
Period.
so that's the beauty of, yeah, dude, you have definitely done your research. Like most people aren't even aware of this.
God
Yes, so
bless.
you can quite literally, take this mathematical interface and apply it to any language. I already know people. There are about currently there's about 8,000 postmasters worldwide. And we have them in all kinds of different countries, Canada, Australia. There's a couple of them in Spanish speaking countries as well. So you can quite literally take the mathematical interface and overlay it onto your language, whether it's Chinese, Japanese, whatever, and you can do the exact same thing functionally with a mathematical interface. So
Yeah,
it's like a universal language almost.
that's probably how they can
That's
just
what
form new
makes
languages.
the highest standing power on.
Yeah. But
I gotta run.
what's the
all right.
website
God bless,
again?
Mister
Okay, so
Difficult.
Yeah, guys,
so
I gotta run. Hey guys, thank you so much for coming on.
Universal.
It's lovely.
What is
I'll
that,
be
Joe?
back. I'll be back online tomorrow at 2. We're gonna keep it moving. Hey, Tony, come back, man. Like, good to see
Yeah,
you.
man.
tomorrow.
Tony, give me a follow, man, because I wanna see you when you pop up. I want to hear you talk.
Okay, for sure, for sure. Yeah.
Those guys
God
going
bless,
on
Mister
in their
Difficult.
time.
Man, what a great live, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I would
All right.
stay on longer, man, but like, it's hard going through like 4 hours of footage. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I gotta run. So like, yeah, man, I'll be back on around tomorrow at 2 or something, man. Love
Heck
y'all,
yeah,
bro.
man. Straight fire. See y'all later.
All right, take care, brother.
All right, peace
Yeah,
out, y'all. God
love. Thank
bless.
you all.
First time being in your life. Thank you for inviting me, and I love you, bro.
Corey, one love, bro.
Get together again.
Yes, sir.